wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah. This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah. This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah,
Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love. soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the cafe. It's Sunday, and it's great to be here with y'all. How are ya? How are ya? How are ya? Come on in, grab a seat, and welcome back. We got a couple birthdays in here today, if we can get them in here for sure. I know Brandy's here. I don't know where SRB's at yet, but a couple of our children in our community have a birthday on the same day, which is pretty awesome. It was on the screen here already. Matthew and Nick. That would be Brandy B's son and SRB's son. Good morning. Good morning. So make sure we wish Matthew and Nicholas a happy birthday today. A great birthday. It's great to see everybody. Come on in. Hit that like button, guys, and please share this out, if you will. Come on in. And one of our own, again, Miss Zelda. We haven't seen her in a while. She's always so busy, but she's been here for a long time, guys. Way more than I think 28 months. Maybe a little more. But happy day anniversary to you, Miss Zelda. It is so awesome to have you here still in this community. We love you. I appreciate you so very much. More than you know, dear. So thank you again for that. All right. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. You like my hat my granddaughter gave me? Yeah. Gotta love it. Come on in, guys, and let's do this. We got a lot to talk about today. A whole lot, as you see in the title, Deorr Kunz. We're going to be looking back on that 10 years later. If I could fit it all in, I got quite a bit to talk to. It's a How to Train Your Dragon Crown. Dun dun dun. You know, little Viking horns here. Yeah, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about today, guys. A whole lot to talk about. A lot of different things going on all over the place. I may not even get it all in, so we will see. Definitely Deorr. We're gonna be looking into that for sure. I think I have an update in the Madeline Soto situation. Not really an update, but what kind of? Just a little bit of everything and a lot to talk on. So I'm glad you're here for it. Share it out. Let everybody know what we're doing in here today. And please hit that like button when you come through the door. I appreciate that so very much. She did. She trained her Dragon Beach babe for sure. Who we got in here with us today so far? It looks like Miss Paula's always here. Welcome back, Miss Paula. Angel D. What's going on, Angel? And of course, the lovely Miss Zelda. I was just thinking about you yesterday, Zelda. It's great to see you today. Thank you so much for joining us. Oh, wow. That's horrible, Zelda. Absolutely horrible. Kent Corbett, welcome back to you as well. Great to see you, Beach Babes in the house. True Seeker. Always a pleasure. Reality with Miss Krista Marie. Great to have you back here, Miss Krista. Brandy B, the OG in the house once again. Good to see you, Brandy. Elizabeth Wagner, always happy to have you here. Michelle F, great to see you. Trish Crow, great to see you in the house. Mittens for Kittens, welcome back to you. Thomas Oksaka, good to see you, my friend. Says, welcome to the True Crime Cafe with your gracious host and Gracious and learned host, Diggle. Please show your support by hitting the like button, sharing this video, and subscribing to this channel. Thank you so much, Thomas. I appreciate that very much. Again, share this out, everybody. Please, if you will, hit the like button. And good morning to all you beautiful people. Thank you to the meatballs for jumping on in the sauce with us. Willie's in the house. What's happening, brother? Good to see you today. Miss Annie Ruler, welcome back to you. Jesse Schul. Looks like we got a little bit of everybody in here today. Come on down, guys. Great to see you guys. Like I said, guys, it has been 10 years since Deorr went missing. Little baby Deorr Kunz. Horrible situation, horrible case. So we're going to give an update on that situation today. I got a little something for Idaho. Fizzy Cake, welcome back. I got a whole bunch of stuff to throw out today. It was a big conglomerate of stuff. I was surprised. But I've been working on it for a while. Currently on hour 22. Oh, Lord. Share it out. Come on in and please hit the like button. Yeah, it's been 10 years. Believe that or not, Krista, it doesn't seem like it's been that long, you guys, but it really has. It really has. It just seems like it's only been a few years ago, but 10 years this poor little guy's been missing. And I still don't get it. I don't understand that case. It's another one where this child just disappeared in the middle of nowhere. Just poof, gone. Like Sebastian, like Summer. Good morning, Donkey. Did you have waffles this morning? Come on in, guys. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Like I said, we'll get through some of these stuffs, and maybe I'll open this panel up and so we can hear some other voices up here besides my ugly mug. Come on in. Yeah, the name, you can't forget little Deorr. He was such an angel. Beautiful little guy. 10 years, guys. I just can't get past it. Oh, sausage gravy, dang. Gotta have that stuff on Sundays. Yes, that sounds good. I think we might do something like that for dinner tonight. I asked her this morning, I said, do you want breakfast for dinner? Miss Alicia did that the other day. And she made the whole thing. She got a lot of kids, but she made the whole thing, guys. And it sounded good. I like doing breakfast for dinner sometimes. You think? I mean, it's possible, Krista. It is possible. Either way, it makes me angry. It's another one. I know it's always good, no matter when you have it, Fizzy. But it's one of the best dinners you can have, and it's filling. And you eat it, and then you wait a while, and then you sleep. You know, it's very comforting. It's great to have you here, Willie and Jesse, again. Good to see you guys. Hopefully we'll hear from you today too. There's Alicia J. Hey. Speaking of, yes, she made an amazing breakfast for dinner for her family the other day, guys. She had sausage, bacon, pancakes, eggs, 2 different kinds of eggs. I told you guys, this woman is a superhero. She does all of that for all her amazing children, and she has a husband too, and she does this too, every day. It's crazy to me. Absolutely crazy to me. And she's part of this community and this crew, and that's what I love. Come on in, everybody. There's our Mama Bear. Hey. Good to see you, Mama Bear. Yes, we missed you, Miss Zelda. Witchy's in the house today. Good to see you, Witchy. Thank you for joining us. Come on in. I'm getting sick, folks. Yep. Yes, she is. Don't let her fool you. Yes, she is. I ain't kidding. She truly is, guys. She's got a bunch of little ones running around, and she is a busy mama, and she still comes in and does this. I'm telling you, she super mom as far as I'm concerned. I don't care what she says. She's wrong. And she's an awesome person too. So put that all together in the blender and see what you get. She absolutely does way more than tries, Donkey. She succeeds. Moonbreaker's in the house. Good to see you. So good to see you again, Zelda. Again, happy day anniversary to you. 28 months plus. That is awesome. 37 peeps in the house. 25 likes. Thank you again so much for being here today. And one more time, guys, happy birthday to Matthew and Nick. We love you guys both, and I hope you guys both have an amazing day today. If SRB pops in here, she'll be able to see and hear what we're doing. Yes, she absolutely is, Zelda, 100%. So are you. Oh, yeah, wait. Yes, Mama Bear's married. Not to me. Nope, she's got her own life. A lot of people used to think we were husband and wife, and I'm like, no, no, no. Mama Bear's in Indiana. I'm in Ohio. I know a lot of people did. It's okay though. She's definitely not. My wife is the one that comes in here every now and again, Mrs. Dago. Try a light coating of strawberry jam on fried egg sandwiches with. Oh wow, that sounds interesting. Oh, gotcha. I thought maybe you may have. Yeah, she'll pop through here once again. Yeah, Mrs. Dago and I have been married for going on 20 years now. Nope, the wife is a Irish French. There's the SRB. There she is. My wife is French and Irish. 100%. Are you back in the car again, SRB? SRB, they're traveling home from their vacation, so thank you, Angel D. Angel D. So like I said, we got two of our family kids in here today having birthdays on the same day, which I think is pretty awesome. Matthew and Nicholas. Matthew belongs to Brandy B, the OG, and Nicholas belongs to SRB. Let's see here. You're in Kentucky now? Okay, gotcha. So you're close. You're kind of close. Yes, it's the baby's birthdays today, and we celebrate for them as well because they are family. Let's see here. 1 minute. Well, good. That's not too bad. Charlotte Kehoe, welcome. Good to see ya. Give me a minute, guys. I'm setting some stuff. That's because it's good, Angel. Very good. All right, guys. Pancakes. I would rather have waffles, but yeah. Moonlit babies in the house. Good to see you. All right, guys. Let's get this stuff started and get moving here real quick. This first one is for Nicholas. And, buddy, I hope you have a good day today. A great day, actually. See, and Charlotte, congrats on the channel, by the way. It's great to see you in here, and I'm sure you'll do amazing. Of course, I will help you with that. Spreading the word, and anything you need help with, you just let me know, and I'll do my best to help you there, okay? Love seeing people succeed with it. All right, check it out. Let's see what we got.
Whoosh! Hello, I'm Whoosh, and I came down from space. I travel for miles to put a smile on your face. Yo,
Nick,
happy birthday! You're cool! My home is Mars and the trip is long, but it's worth it to sing you this birthday song. Yo,
Nick,
happy birthday! You're cool! Bye-bye, everyone! Whoa! Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
All right, there's the first one there, and then no. It's okay, Charlotte. I do it anyway, so don't worry about that. I know you didn't do that. Did he see it? Guess that'll be okay. And then I'm gonna run one for both of them after I finish Matthew. Get Matthews out here real quick. Hold on. Let's see here. Yeah, please do drop. One moment. All right, guys, here we go. And this is for you, Matthew. I hope you have a great day today too, buddy. Oh yeah, we covered that yesterday, Hope Norris. Thank you though. 100%. Crazy story. All right, Matt, here we go, buddy.
Hey, Matthew, this one's for you, man. La, 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 Happy birthday, Matthew. Happy birthday, Matthew. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Matthew. Happy birthday, Matthew. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Matthew. Happy birthday, Matthew. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Matthew. Happy birthday, Matthew. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
All right, buddy. I hope you have a great day, Matthew. You better be good for your mom. And enjoy your day, bud. You and Nick both. I'm going to play this last one for the both of you together. Because Nick's really didn't play the birthday song, and I just wanted to personalize it, and it's hard to do it with some names. So, hold on 1 minute here. And you need some candles too. Everybody's got to have candles on their birthday, in my opinion. So there's that. And a cake, of course.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
All right, guys. There you go. A little cake for you both. Birthday song. I hope you both have an amazing day. The whole community loves you both. And your parents, of course, too. And we appreciate you so very much. Birthdays are important here in this community because it is the reason why you exist. So there you go, guys. And then SRB and Brandy, you guys are both amazing mothers with amazing children, and we appreciate you all so very much. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Good. And I hope Matthew heard his as well. And again, thank you guys for being in this family, in this community. We appreciate you guys so very much. And I hope you're being safe, SRB, driving home. And I'm sorry that I woke you up, dear. Or if I kept you awake, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to make sure he saw it. That's all. Like I said, guys, we got a pretty big show today. Like I said, we're going to be talking about Deorr Kunz, 10 years missing still with no answers. Yeah, it's a problem, folks. It's a huge problem. And a few other things. We got an Idaho update. We got Madeline Soto case update. Some other stuff we're throwing out there. So, yes, guys, please make sure to. I just gave a headache, so I'm probably going to. Oh, you're okay, SRB. Don't worry about it, hon. You don't have to stay if you don't want to. I just wanted to have you here real quick for that. That's all. So, either way. I'm sure you're looking forward to getting home and being able to relax at home. Although I know you don't want to go home from where you were just coming from. I don't blame you. I'd have stayed there forever if I was there. Miss JC? Yes, I did. We talked about it yesterday, Jay. Wait, which documentary are you talking about, Jace? The Idaho documentary or the good Brandy? I'm happy he heard it. And if you guys do have TikTok, or if you're into TikTok, go check out our TikTok that we have over there. Miss Brandy runs it. If you're not following it, please do if you will. Yeah, I hope you feel better, SRB. Nope, we got different things all over the place to talk about, so hang on to your seat. I'm glad to hear. Glad to hear, Brandy. I hope you guys are able to have a great day today. Only episode 2. Yeah. I watched all 4 of them, JC. I wasn't really impressed. Exactly, SRB. Exactly, I get it. Yeah, I wasn't really impressed with it. I'll be honest with you. It was a little bit, pulled on your heartstrings a little, but not super impressed. That's all I can say. Again, happy birthday, Matthew. Happy birthday, Nicholas. Again, you're both loved so very much. And a big part of the family. And I hope you both have an amazing day today and an amazing year leading up to next year. We'll do it all over again. Oh, no problem, Jay. No problem at all, JC. All right. Let's get some things moving in here, guys. Hang on. Yeah, I'm sure you're really ready to be home. I know that car ride sucks, SRB. It really does suck. Let me see. I guess we'll start off with the biggest one we'll start with there. And then we'll end everything up with the Idaho stuff because that intends to take longer. But my Facebook accounts were... Wait, Annie says... Welcome, Annie, by the way. Good to see you today, dear. All my Facebook accounts were shut down. Porn. And I don't look at it. Piss someone off. 15-year profile's gone. Don't put your... What? Oh, wow. That's crazy, Annie. Of course you wouldn't. You made somebody mad, you think? Yeah, Matthew is 13, and I believe Nick is 11. Correct me if I'm wrong, SRB. I think he's 11, yeah. When the kids admitted they conspired with Hunter to lie on a 911 call. Oh, gotcha. I plan on watching all 4. Got halfway through the first, and my partner turned it off in disgust. Yeah, I bet. It is. I get you. I gotcha. Okay, hold on here. Let's start off with this here. All right, good. I'm glad I was right on that one. Thank you, SRB. 45 peeps in the house, guys. Please make sure you hit the like button. See if we can get this floating in that algorithm again somehow. It's been rough. 1 minute here. All right, here we go. Again, thank you all for joining us today. We're starting off with the 10-year, basically, July 10th was 10 years that Deorr's been missing, folks. Very sad case. This little dude is an awesome little guy, handsome little man, and this should never have happened. It's another sad situation. It drives me nuts. Bugged me. Really bugged me. A lot of people are doing that nowadays, Mittens and Alicia. I mean, it's something that it might be a good thing. I don't use mine hardly ever. That's about right. In total, JC, it's like 2.5, I think. Yeah, 100%. This little guy, this case really pulled on my heartstrings and bothered the hell out of me. It still does. That's why we're running it today. But he's adorable, guys, and this whole thing is just a disaster. And we're gonna watch this, and I got a couple other things in an interview with the guy that a lot of people think was responsible for it from 5 years ago. So let's get into this and get through this one too. Yeah, I did too, JC. That's kind of what I do with mine, Alicia. It's just like a waste now, so there's no point. Well, Brady, I think I'm going to try to pull it in here in the next day or so that we can all watch it in our Discord. So you'll be able to watch it then, hun. We'll have a little Discord watch party. So here we go.
July 10th, 2025 marks a decade since a precious little boy disappeared from a Lemhi County campground. The mystery around Deorr Jr.'s disappearance drew intense scrutiny, captivated the nation, and has left his family living in nightmare for 10 years. Then 2-year-old Deorr went missing from the Timber Creek campground near LILLYSULLIVAN on July 10th, 2015. He was camping with his father, his mother, his great-grandfather, and a family friend. Days turned to weeks, weeks to months, months to years, and not a trace of baby Deorr was found at the campground. Law enforcement has named various suspects, but today, the case remains open and unsolved. The sheriff's office says they still received tips and leads, and they follow up on them. A former Lemhi County sheriff, who still helps search for the little boy, tells KTVB he has 3 theories about what happened. Deorr was taken by a stranger, there was foul play involving people he was camping with, or nature took him, meaning he walked off or an animal got to him. KTVB spoke with the last 3 people to see Deorr alive 4 years after his disappearance.
What's the address of your emergency? I'm actually camping in LILLYSULLIVAN, just outside of LILLYSULLIVAN. My 2-year-old son, we can't find him.
4 years later, still no answers. Not a trace of baby Deorr.
The worst nightmare a parent could ever go through, really.
Just want my boy. I just want my boy.
In a KTVB exclusive, Deorr Kunz Jr.'s parents confront the accusations head on.
What is it like to be accused of murdering your son?
It's sickening. It is sickening how quickly people will turn.
And all the rumors surrounding the investigation.
Were you offered immunity? Yes, I was.
There's been rumors of drinking or drugs, and there was none of that.
How, after 4 years, there could finally be a break in the case.
It feels like, okay, we're starting to move forward on this and get to the real facts and truth about this.
And why the parents seem so confident the case will be solved, and soon.
Just bear with me. I promise I'll be able to prove my son's mother's innocence and be able to give everybody answers soon enough. I've always called him Goober. That's just been my nickname for him, just because the stuff he does, the kid stuff he does. I've always been very proud of him. I didn't really cry about much. He just was just easy going.
He's just a good kid.
Mm-hmm.
It's just little things like the smell of lavender baby wash. I can't smell that because it takes me back to giving him baths. Some days it's like I feel like I just saw him, like he was just with me. And then other times it feels like it's been forever.
It was July 2015 on a camping trip to Timber Creek Campground near LILLYSULLIVAN, Idaho. 4 people made the trip. Deorr's mom, Jessica Mitchell, his dad, Vernal Deorr Kunz, his great-grandfather, Bob Walton, and Bob's friend, Isaac Reinwand. They were the last to see baby Deorr alive. He vanished on the 2nd day of camping when Jessica and Vernal left the campsite to go fishing at a nearby reservoir. The parents said maybe Deorr was kidnapped from the campground or that an animal had gotten him. There's one more theory, that someone on that camping trip did something to him.
Do you have anything to hide? No. Absolutely not.
We had nothing to do with this, and we don't know anymore. And I understand how it looks and how it sounds. We just don't know anymore. And we wish we did. Trust me. We wish we did. This is not a way for anybody to live.
Accusations and rumors about the parents' involvement began to emerge not long after baby Deorr disappeared.
I know it's hard to believe it's been 10 years, both SRB and Sweet Melissa. It seems like it's only been a couple years ago. You know what I mean? It's crazy. That's why I wanted to run this today, because it's such a cold case now, and it drives me nuts. Because this little guy, he deserves so much more, so much more.
And after 1 year of no answers, now retired Limhi County Sheriff Lynn Bowerman named the parents suspects.
We've given them too many opportunities to tell us what happened if it was an accident, and there's been no interest in going that direction. So that tells me there's only one other possibility. It has to be a homicide.
Bowerman told me in 2016 it was highly unlikely baby Deorr was kidnapped. There's one road in and one road out to the remote Timber Creek campground. And if an animal or person had taken him, there would be evidence left behind, like Deorr's boots that were too.
See, I even wondered at one point, you guys, I agree, Melissa. I don't believe he was either. I even wondered at one point if he was even ever up on that hill at that campground. I wondered, did he ever even make it up to the campground? There's an issue with this case. I was really deep into this one when it came out, and I just don't know. I don't even know, you guys. I have issues with this one for sure. Right, James. Right. I don't even know if he even made it to the campground to begin with. I had to wonder that. I know that that people said he was there, but so on and so forth. But you have to go through every angles of this. I just wonder if he was ever there.
Big for him. Bowerman believed they would have fallen off. But after days and weeks of searching, not a trace of Deorr found at the campground.
Sheriff Bowerman, he said, I don't even know if Deorr was up there at that campground.
You know, eventually I'll be able to prove a lot of these theories wrong. But
what do you mean by that?
That's just a theory that is wrong. You know, my son was very...
Bowerman also told me Vernal, Deorr, and Jessica couldn't keep their stories straight.
Were you changing your stories, and why?
I believe that a lot of it is like blocking things out. You know, you're so emotional, you're trying to remember everything as they're asking you all these questions 1,000 times, and being
very, very possible, Dave.
Not sleeping, and everything all at once. You block things out or you forget.
It wasn't just Bowerman who thought the parents were hiding something. In November 2015, 4 months after baby Deorr disappeared, the family began working with Philip Klein, a private investigator they hired out of Texas. After about 6 weeks on the job, Klein made his announcement.
And I was very clear. I said, look, you're not going to like what I have to say. And it was like, oh my God, these two people are suspects.
Are you lying?
Absolutely not. I have nothing good to say about Klein in all reality, because he was there for the money. He didn't care about my son. The minute he got that money, he was, oh, it's the parents.
I'm surprised by your reaction, really, because, I mean, in not so much words, he essentially called you a murderer, Jessica.
Yeah. And that, I just think about the truth is going to come out. And, like other people, they're going to eat their words, because I have nothing to hide.
Your name's destroyed, your life's destroyed. And unfortunately, the minute he come out and said that he believes that my son is deceased, people stopped looking for him. They just automatically condemned him to being deceased and condemned me and his mother as branded killers, as something we're not. And it was wrong. It really was. And then the social media thing just exploded it, and everybody has their conspiracy theories.
Vernal Deorr says Klein accused them without any evidence of proof. His attorney tells me they've asked, but they say Klein has never provided them with one factual piece of evidence to back his claims. Klein is now off the case.
We're also going to hear from Klein and another PI on this as well today. newer interviews from them both. So be prepared for that as well.
But why would he do this, though? Why would he, just so that he can solve the case? What is your belief on that?
It wasn't even to get solve the case. It was just to be able to be right in front of it was just to be able to have more
media coverage.
More media coverage, to be in front of a camera, to try and get more clients for a business. It had nothing to do with finding my child.
Klein even said Jessica confessed to knowing where the body was.
Did you know where the body was? Were you going
Absolutely not. I'm pretty sure that I would have been arrested a long time ago if that's what I said.
It's one thing for a private investigator in Texas who you say is media hungry to name you as a suspect, to, as you say, kind of throw your name through the mud. But it's another to have a sitting sheriff call our newsroom and say, you know, I am naming them as suspects. I think this is a case of homicide.
Well, that doesn't mean it's how it was. That was just, in his opinion, we were suspects.
Current Limhi County Sheriff Steve Penner does not call the parents suspects. And if they say they had nothing to do with baby Deorr's disappearance, then who did? After all, there were 2 more people on that camping trip, including Isaac Reinwand.
Do you think he had anything to do with your son's disappearance?
I feel like, yes, he does. I felt it from day one.
Isaac's response next.
And I have an interview from Isaac from 5 years ago we're going to review as well, guys. I'm going to leave it to you guys. Welcome, Kelly. Good to see you. I appreciate you all being here with us today.
What happened to baby Deorr? The parents say the 2-year-old disappeared while camping near LILLYSULLIVAN, Idaho in July 2015. That maybe he'd been kidnapped or an animal had gotten him. Retired Limhi County Sheriff Lynn Bowerman didn't buy it.
Congratulations, Mr. Moen. Happy grandpa to you. James has a new grandson today. Ryder, 7 pounds, 2 ounces. That's amazing. Congratulations, James. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you being here. And Miss Pebbles is in the house. Welcome back to the sauce, Miss Pebbles, and great to see you today. It's been 10 years as of the 10th, Pebbles. That's why we're running it today. Thank you again, Kelly.
He named the parents suspects in 2016. He said he believed Jessica and Vernal Deorr know where their son is and whether he is dead or alive.
And they could not pass the section on, do you know where Deorr Kunz is at this time, and do you know what happened to him? They could not pass those 2 parts of the polygraph.
Jessica has said she believes Isaac Reinwand is to blame. Isaac and Jessica's grandfather, Bob Walton, were also on that camping trip. Isaac was Bob's friend.
They blamed Bob, too. That her grandfather. They blamed him. They blamed Isaac. And I don't think either one of them did it. I've thought about Isaac possibly, but I don't think either one of them had anything to do with it, to be honest with you. I think it's the... we'll see. We'll see.
The parents say they didn't even know Isaac until that trip. They say Bob wanted him to come.
I felt it from day one. Just a lot of red flags have come up for me. And
what was it? Can you share that? What were the red flags?
He was gone longer than anybody else was from the campground. Didn't help us search at all for my son. Was drinking. Stayed in his tent the whole time people were searching. Factory resets on his phone 3 different times. Just odd things.
I have to ask, did you do something to Deorr?
No.
Jessica says she and Vernal Deorr walked away from their campsite to go fishing at a nearby reservoir. She says they left baby Deorr with Bob. Isaac was also there. But why would Isaac do something to Deorr?
He was upset that my son was there. And the night that we got there on Thursday night, he said, why would you even bring a kid up here at 2.5? You know, and I said, because he's my son and he goes everywhere with us. Why would we not bring our child camping? He loves camping. It's not his first camping trip, you know?
Agreed, Kelly.
So there was just a lot of things
It's
that
horrible.
did not add up to me. And I feel it in my gut. That
Yeah, he passed
something
away, Annie, not too long after this.
not right.
All I know is Deorr was up there with us. We were camping. Next thing you know, it was gone. And there was 4 adults up there. And for some reason, none of us know what went down. Somebody does, but I can't point fingers at somebody when I don't know, you know?
Isaac says he was questioned by the FBI, Limhi County, and Bonneville County detectives. He also took a lie detector test, but wouldn't tell me if he passed or failed.
What do you think happened to baby Deorr?
I have no idea. Maybe it was an accident or something. I don't know.
Do you think he's still alive?
I don't have a comment on that.
Do you think Jessica had anything to do with his disappearance?
Ooh, I'm not going to comment on that either.
Why not?
I just feel like I just want to stay neutral in this situation, you know? I don't want to point fingers. I don't think it's nice or it's right.
Do you think Vernal Deorr had anything to do with baby Deorr's disappearance?
I have no idea.
What about Bob?
Bob?
There was one other person at the campground, baby Deorr's great-grandfather, Bob Walton. Bob died of cancer in June 2019. Trina Bates Clegg is Bob's daughter and Jessica's mom. She says a Bonneville County detective talked with Bob one last time, the day before he died, about what happened.
Did your dad talk about that day a lot?
Sometimes yes and sometimes no. He talked about it, that, you know, he just doesn't remember a lot. You know, he remembers staring at the mountains and staring at the birds, and, you know, he remembers the baby playing in the dirt, and, you know, he remembers the baby getting candy, and he would say that all the time is, you know, I'm sorry, you know, I'm sorry that I took my eyes off of him. You know, he felt really guilty because, you know, he was the last one to see baby Deorr, and my dad went to his grave very, very sorry for this, for taking his eye off that little boy.
I know.
And that makes me sick that this poor guy passed away carrying guilt, thinking it was possibly his fault that something happened to this baby. That's disgusting to me. 100% disgusting. It makes me sick. Oh my God.
This needs to be solved. I know the parents need closure, and I know everybody just wants to know what happened. So, and I wish I could tell everybody exactly what went down completely, but I don't remember everything.
Bowerman never named Bob or Isaac a suspect. The current Limhi County Sheriff Steve Pinner does not consider any of the 4 people a suspect. Instead, he calls them uncleared persons of interest. He told me, quote, "Other people have called them suspects, but I'm not committed to that theory. You can't just pursue one theory." Pinner has been the lead investigator on the case since Deorr Kunz Jr. disappeared. And after 4 years of searching, could there be a break in the case?
Just bear with me. I promise I'll be able to prove my and my son's mother's innocence and be able to give everybody answers soon enough.
Next, why baby Deorr's parents seem so confident the public will soon learn the truth.
What's the address of your emergency? My 2-year-old son. We can't find him.
In the days after 2-year-old Deorr Kunz Jr. disappeared from Timber Creek Campground in East Idaho, search and rescue, law enforcement, and dozens of volunteers scoured the area looking for any sign of him. They never found a thing.
You know, I imagine he could have, but I think they would have found something somewhere in regards to him. You know what I mean, SRB? I thought about that too. Pretty hardcore back then. They decided, the thing that bugs me is they went fishing and left a child with a man that had dementia and cancer and was on his last leg, basically. So that's a bad decision in itself. You don't do that. And I just don't understand that. But yeah, he could have walked away. You know, that was a theory too. I looked into the whole predatorial animal grabbing him possibly. But they would have found, like the police even said, like clothing or boots or something of his left behind somewhere. They found nothing, folks. There was nothing in the water anywhere. I mean, it's crazy. They would have found shreds of something or pieces of stuff in relation to him somewhere. The thing, and it, they were, into the mountains and stuff like that. But they searched forever and ever and ever, SRB, and never found nothing. Why they left him with this man? They claimed that they left him with this man. I don't understand. This gentleman did not need to be in charge of watching a 2-year-old child that moves very quickly. He's cancer ridden, dementia. The man was urinating on himself, guys. He's not qualified at that point to sit and be able to handle watching a 2-year-old. That's disgusting that they did that and put that on him, And like I said, then the man goes to his grave feeling guilty because his grandson disappeared. That's horrible. 100% horrible. And then I think at some point she attacked him and accused him. Shame on you. Shame on you. Whether they had anything to do with it or not, I don't know yet, but shame on you for doing that. That's disgusting.
They were hollering baby Deorr.
Bobby Bird searched for 3 days. He's lived in nearby LILLYSULLIVAN his whole life and knows these mountains
exactly
well.
Kelly.
So you guys scoured, is it fair to say, every inch of this campground?
Definitely every inch of this right here for sure, multiple times.
That's how I felt.
Walked up to the reservoir 5 feet apart and down that way for a couple miles.
And no sign.
No. They had people diving in the water.
Absolutely.
Bobby says he never talked with the parents or Isaac or Bob. He remembers seeing them. He says they were told to stay back, away from the search.
What was the mood like that day? What was...
What's that, JC? But was the other guy with Bob? No, he was fishing somewhere else, supposedly. That's what I was told. No problem, Taylor. Hey, welcome. Yeah, Donna, welcome to you as well. And yes, we're gonna be looking at the Isaac interview as well, the full interview. Okay, right after we get through these.
You could tell the parents were kind of scared, kind of a little bit, just kind of an off feeling. I mean, I see them on the side stand there watching and thanking everybody that come up. But I didn't really talk to them. I just seen them from a distance.
Exactly.
Baby Deorr disappeared on a Friday. By Sunday, Bobby says law enforcement didn't act.
They failed parts of the polygraph. They failed certain questionnaires that were done. They lied about some things. They changed their story multiple times. So there's reasons. What's up, Sarah? Good to see you, dear. There's reasons for law enforcement to look at them funny. Crispy Biscuits in the house. Good to see you. And like I said, they were up on top of a mountain in a campground that nobody else was around. There was one way in and one way out. There's certain things that you just have to deduct everything else and it leaves nothing. Okay. When you get to that point, then is all I'm saying. So
ask for any more volunteers.
After the first day or two, and we didn't see nothing, it just seemed off to me, kind of the whole situation.
What do you mean?
It seemed off like if he was here for sure, because we scoured it enough and there were so many people. If something was there, I think something would have been spotted, in my opinion.
There's my point.
So kind of as the hours and the days went on, you started getting skeptical.
Started of the story that was told a little bit.
The parents, Jessica Mitchell and Vernal Deorr Kunz, said maybe an animal had gotten to him.
I've seen bear.
You have?
I have seen bear just right up here on multiple different occasions.
So is there a chance then?
I guess there's a chance, but with loose cowboy boots and stuff, if a bear was carrying, I don't see how shoes and stuff would stay on.
The parents also thought baby Deorr could have been kidnapped. Law enforcement has said that's highly unlikely given the remoteness of the campground.
Good point,
There's only
Dave.
one road in and out.
You know how rough the road is coming up here, and you can hear trucks coming from bouncing and stuff. If the family was right here, and I would think you'd hear somebody coming.
Yep.
This was their campsite. This is where little baby Deorr was reportedly last playing around, where he was last seen, where he was last sleeping. Their campfire pit was right there. Their tents were probably set over there next to those trees. And this was their picnic table. Do you go back to that campground often?
I try to go up there at least once a year. I absolutely hate it up there, but at the same time, it makes me feel closer to my son.
Vernal Deorr just went to the campground in mid-June 2019 with North Carolina-based private investigator David Marshburn. He'd asked David and the Search for Me Foundation to get involved. After 4 years, could there finally be some answers?
I'm pretty confident we feel we have got what we need.
David says his cadaver dogs made a hard alert on a specific area of the campground. He says they detected a scent indicating the presence of a body or remains.
I believe the way that my dogs acted, that when they hit the water, they could sense it and then went to it. Can we 100% say it's Deorr? No. Can we say it's an Indian from way back? No. We don't know what's 100% there. We just know the confidence in our dogs that there's human remains of some sort.
What was your emotional reaction to that news?
It was a lot of hope, like maybe this is it. Maybe we're getting answers. You know, we waited so long, and it would just, that's the hardest part about all this, is not knowing if he's alive or if he's gone, and I need to grieve and mourn the loss of my son. But I had every emotion, like anxiety, you know, sadness. I cried. I was hopeful.
No problem.
That we were going to get some sort of answer. You know, this is the start of some closure.
If David and his amazing team are correct, it's not the answer I want, but it is an answer. I can at least lay my son to rest which is what he needs. He needs to be found. We need the answers. A lot of people would think that it would be just your heart would sink, and it's honestly, it is a form of hope, because again, like I said, it is not the answer I want, but it is an answer. And after 4 years,
never saw an
answer is better than nothing.
If there is finally an answer, what is it about this time?
And you know what, Annie, that's, to me, maybe I'm different. I don't know. But when my kids were that little, whatever we did, wherever we were going, there were pictures being taken all over the place. I've never seen a picture of this child at camp. Never. Hey, Scott, good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us.
This search with David and his dogs, when others scoured the area and didn't find a thing.
Well, I wouldn't say they didn't. I believe some of them did. Based off of information, you know, talking, some dogs did probably alert further down the stream. But, you know, if you know how cadaver dogs work, pretty much, if you're going downstream and a dog comes down from below and something's up here, well, the water's toting the smell, so they follow it. And you know, it's all in how the trainer does with their dog, how they read their dog. But at the time when our dog goes down there and I'm trying to take him to a break, my dog kept working. He just went, and it's like, here he is, you know, there's something here.
David says Sheriff Penner was there when it happened. Penner closed down the campground 2 weeks later. So far, the sheriff won't say what, if anything, they uncovered in the area of the hard alert. He says the closure was simply part of an annual search effort, but David believes it was to further investigate the area his dogs alerted to.
We got an area, well, now the sheriff's office has to do, like they said, due diligence to follow up on it, and if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not.
Next, baby Deorr's parents answer all the rumors surrounding the investigation and what they're doing now, 4 years later. Two-year-old baby Deorr vanished from Timber Creek Campground near Leadore, Idaho in July 2015. He was with his mom, Jessica Mitchell, his dad, Vernal Deorr Kunz, his great-grandfather, Bob Walton, and Bob's friend, Isaac Reinwand.
I think that somebody took him. I still believe that. I still hang up his flyers. I still do what I have to do. It's the only thing I have left to do. There's no other options we have.
Vernal Deorr says they used to get a lot of tips and calls of possible sightings, but after 4 years, not so much anymore. He blames Philip Klein, a Texas private investigator, for a lot of that. The family hired Klein 4 months after their boy disappeared to help find him. Klein asked them all questions in separate rooms. He handed over 10 hours of interviews to our news group.
You don't want to get things stirred up too much, you know, so you find out what's going on. You know that.
My mind tells me, at first my mind told me at that time, this killed my son, this had something to do with it.
I don't care if it's my grandpa that's guilty. I don't care. Like, I just want my son back.
After about 6 weeks on the job, Klein named Jessica and Vernal Deorr suspects. They say when that happened, the public stopped searching for their little boy. They say Klein accused them without any evidence of proof. They've asked, but they say Klein has never provided them with one factual piece of evidence to back his claims. Klein is now off the case.
He essentially said you had something to do with his disappearance.
I feel like Klein's a joke, honestly. He makes statements about like me saying I knew where my son was, but I wasn't going to tell them. If that was the case, I would have been arrested.
In my opinion, I wouldn't hire him to find a lost dog in an empty parking lot.
Both Klein and retired Limhi County Sheriff Lynn Bowerman said they doubted the child was kidnapped. Who would go to a remote campground to kidnap a child? They also found no evidence an animal took him. If someone, or all of them, on that camping trip knows what happened to baby Deorr, would they eventually turn on one another? Law enforcement tried that tactic.
Were you offered immunity?
Yes, I was. And I told them no, because they offered me immunity if I told them where the body was. And I said,
who's they?
Bonneville County, FBI, and I believe it was Limhi County too.
So did they then thought you did it? They wanted to offer you immunity if you confessed and showed them where the body was?
Or if I had any knowledge of somebody doing it and me knowing where the body was. And I told them, yeah, I would love to sign this, but I don't have any information for you, so I'm not signing anything.
What was the immunity again? Was it a get out of jail card?
It
That's
was
what Klein said.
Like child endangerment or something like that, and probation, something super small. And I said, well, that's all great and fine, but I don't have anything to tell you. I don't know. I would have come out with it a long time ago if I knew.
Have you ever been offered immunity? There was talk of that.
Oh, that was Klein.
I have an interview with Klein that I want to show you guys here next, and it's interesting.
But again, yeah, Klein did, but if somebody comes to you and offers you immunity, you don't have any more information to give them. It really doesn't do you any good.
Both Klein and Bowerman said the parents kept changing their stories. They said Jessica and Vernal couldn't pass parts of a polygraph test. Jessica says she took 2 polygraphs, one with Bonneville County, the other with the FBI. She said she was never told she failed them.
You know, it amazes me because when I took my polygraph test, they said they were inconclusive passes. And I asked the guy what that meant. And he said, as a grieving mom, you know, he said, you're a grieving mom. This is an inconclusive pass.
But they never gave me the results. It's the FBI. They don't have to. It's not their. That's not what they do.
I took a lie detector test. I'm not commenting if it was positive or negative.
The 4th person on that camping trip, Bob Walton, has since passed away. He died in June 2019 from cancer.
For those of you who don't know, I'm his father, Colonel Deorr Kunz. We really appreciate the support, the help, the communities that have come together for us. We will find him. One way or another, we will find him, no matter what it takes.
The parents also came under fire from the public for not grieving enough during the first few days.
Oh, you're not grieving the way that an innocent parent would grieve in those days right after he disappeared.
Yeah, it actually is
the most sickening and lost feeling you'll ever find in your life.
The public had another theory based on Jessica's custody of her 2 other children.
That was one public theory out there on social media, that you had either given up or lost custody of 2 of your other children, and that you no longer wanted Deorr Jr.
I never signed over my rights. At the time, it was, I lost my job, Vernal lost his job. We just had little man. And because I knew my ex-husband was more stable, I asked him, can you have more custody of the kids? Because this is what is best for them.
Bowerman named the parents suspects in 2016, but never filed charges. He told me then he planned to take his time to make sure the case was solid. Bowerman retired later.
Hold on, everybody just jumped in here. Ginger's in the house. Miss Tandy, welcome to you. The Canadian Cat Lady and the Karma Police, so you better behave. Let's see, Miss Sweet Melissa, James Moen, King Corbett, Annie Ruler, Scott the Metalhead, Sarah D. Irish, all you Crispy Biscuits, Donna E. All right. And I think I got everybody. Welcome, all of you guys. I appreciate you all joining us today. And Taylor, of course. Good to see you guys. Thank you for being here.
That year. One of the lead investigators on the case, Steve Pinner, became sheriff. He's never called Jessica or Vernal Deorr suspects. He calls the 4 people at the campground uncleared persons of interest. He told me, quote, "Other people have called them suspects, but I'm not committed to that theory. You can't just pursue one theory."
But can you understand why some people in the public might think that you are guilty?
Well, of course, I have to remember that if I wasn't in my shoes, I know how it looks. I know how it sounds.
Thank you so much,
I know
James. I appreciate that, brother, and God bless.
I wouldn't, much like most people that I've actually met, I wouldn't be voicing my opinion without any fact. I wouldn't be condemning somebody or judging somebody without any fact, just based off of some guy's opinion with no fact backing it.
Can you understand why some people would point the finger at you?
I absolutely understand that.
Next, 4 years in the spotlight takes its toll on the parents.
What is it like to be Jessica Mitchell?
Missing from a remote campground in Idaho. 4 years and still no answers. Where could baby Deorr be? In 2017, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children released this composite sketch of what Deorr might look like at 4 years old. He would now be 6.5.
He was only 2.5 when he went missing, and now it's 4 years that he's been missing. He's been missing longer than he was with me, and so that's really sad to me.
He'd be working on stuff with me, working on his own stuff,
I agree,
riding a dirt bike, riding a four-wheeler.
Sorry, guys. And Kim French, welcome. Good to see you. I agree, James. I have the best community on YouTube here. I have no doubt. I'll stand on that hill till I die. You can't tell me any different. This community is the best group of people in the world, as far as I'm concerned. You included, sir. And they know that. And they know how I feel about that as well. I am grateful to have every single person in this community that's here, because they are all the very best of the best. So, did the grandpa say something before he passed? He did, Kim. All he kept saying was he didn't remember, and he felt horrible because of that. And the man had dementia. He was dying of cancer, and I think it's horrible that they put that on him. I really do. I mean, during the interview, the man urinated on himself. That'll tell you the state of physicality he was in, and to leave that, no, not at all. Not a good thing. So
he'd be building stuff with me. That's exactly what he'd be doing.
You look like there might be a little tear in your eye.
It's not the easiest thing to. I think about this stuff, and it's good stuff, but it's not the easiest thing.
What do you think about?
Just how he'd be now.
No worries, kid.
I keep positive, and it is positive. But the best thing I ever did was been a father, and I've missed out on that. Now it is what it is. Sorry.
It's okay. Take your time.
Vernal Deorr says he hasn't given up hope. He carries with him his son's favorite stuffed animal, Monkey, and his favorite toy truck. He showed them to us out at his truck.
We just called him Monkey. And he'd run this poor thing through the mud and through everything else, and I've never watched him. He just goes everywhere.
He'd be holding this and the monkey.
Oh yeah, all this damage is done from him. All the wear, that's all done from him.
Vernal Deorr says over the past 4 years, people have threatened him in public, called him a baby killer. He says he's even had death threats, lost jobs, and when he tried to rent an apartment in Las Vegas to be closer to family, a landlord turned him down, saying she Googled his name.
And you become lost in the world. And his mother and I, Jessica and I, have both become lost in this world, but I've learned how to find myself. I was heavily drinking, extremely heavily drinking after I lost my son. So I decided I'd start living my life as if he walked through my door right now. What would he think of me? What would he think of what I've become? And that'll straighten you up quick.
Vernal Deorr now lives in Bear Lake, Idaho. He's self-employed and has worked in oil fields, driving truck, and most recently, a custom paint and upholsterer for cars. The two high school sweethearts have moved on from one another. Jessica is married and lives in Idaho Falls.
I know that I still have to move forward in life and, have a job and provide for my kids and do what I need to do for myself too.
She says she's also lost jobs, been threatened at her workplace and in public. And at a vigil for baby Deorr last year, she says someone yelled murderer at them.
What is it like to be Jessica Mitchell?
Some people are very supportive. Some people look at me and instantly hate me. People that haven't even met me before think I hurt my son. And that's the worst thing in the world, because I just wish that for a second they could feel what I feel and know, what I know, that I didn't do anything to my son.
Do you still have a good relationship with her? How often do you guys still talk?
I try not to get, I have to respect, Jessica she works, she's got a husband, I have to respect that. So I try to be as respectful to her and her husband as I can. But I still try and, when it comes to our son, we still try and communicate and be very civil. Because at the end of the day, she was my best friend for years, for a lot of years.
4 people were at that campground when baby Deorr disappeared. Only 3 of them are still alive. Could one of them know something?
I know that this needs to be solved. I know the parents need closure, and I know everybody just wants to know what happened. So I wish I could tell everybody exactly what went down completely, but I don't remember everything.
What is it like to be accused of something like that? What is it like to be accused of murdering your son?
It's sickening. It is sickening how quickly people will turn.
I just think about the truth is going to come out. And, like other people, they're going to eat their words, because I have nothing to hide. I didn't murder my child. I didn't see him get hurt in any way possible.
The new private investigator, David Marshburn, with the Search for Me Foundation, has his theory.
When you work these cases, you have to really concentrate on what is fact and what is fiction. Everybody's got their own say in what happened, and I can pretty much say in what we've done, I can 100% say I don't believe the parents had anything to do with it.
Jessica and Vernal Deorr say they haven't been formally questioned by law enforcement in quite some time. Sheriff Pinner says he talks to them every few months or when something comes up. He says they are cooperative, and we do know the FBI has been and is currently still involved in the case. It is very much an open investigation. The question still unanswered: what happened to baby Deorr?
Hopefully soon I will be able to know, with Lemhi County Sheriff's Department, with Pinner, with the Search for Me Foundation. Hopefully I'll be able to answer that question for you and all of the public very soon, with the help of some very good people. Just bear with me. I promise I'll be able to prove my and my son's mother's innocence and be able to give everybody answers soon enough.
Deorr's family also hired a private investigator who's actively working to find evidence and answers. The investigator claims he found new evidence that could explain why Deorr was never found. But he tells KTVB he has yet to hear back from law enforcement to verify his theory. 10 years later, the case remains unsolved. If you believe you may know.
Okay, so that was the newest interview with the parents. It does kind of have that look like Andrew Tate. Good to see you, Nothing Half-Assed. Thank you for joining us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the interviews with the PIs, okay? And then we're going to go back and we're going to watch the interview from 5 years ago with the other guy. can't think of his name. Yeah, right, Tomboy. There was a lot of things that these parents did around the period of time that this happened. Giving the truck away immediately after returning home. That's the strangest thing. You don't give a truck, just give a truck away. That's crazy to me. Sorry. Hold on here. I have an interview with David Marshburn, the new PI, and I have an interview with Philip Klein. These are new interviews, mind you. And I want you guys, Isaac, thank you, Krista. Sorry, too many names to remember at one time. And I want you guys to listen to both of these and give me your thoughts on it as well. 1 minute here, if I can get this to load up like I want it to. And of course, I'll open the panel up as I planned. I want to hear your guys' thoughts and feelings on this one, because this is a big case to me, guys. It was an important case to me, just as much as Sebastian. All of them. I take these cases very serious. I have a lot of passion, especially when it comes to children. I always have. So, what's up, Nadia? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Oh, 100%, Kelly. EMS is no joke. You learn things. That's partly, I'm grateful that I have the EMS background that I have, because it helps me with this too. Frank Vilt, gotcha, sweet. Melissa, yes. All right, hold on, you guys. Let me get this up here now. Let's go with the Kleins first. He was interviewed by East Idaho News. They both were. As soon as it'll load, hold on. Okay.
Today, what do you believe happened to baby Deorr?
Well, as you know, we have developed more information. We've had a few more witnesses talk. I am coming to Idaho in August. I'll be up there. Here's what we believe based upon the evidence at this point. If you remember, the evidence stopped where the dog found the area that it hit on. We believe that was a holding area. So what we believe is the night before there was an accident. Again, I'll say it to you again, Nate, and I've said it 100 times to you. I don't believe at all that this was an intentional homicide. I just don't. I believe that there was an accident up there with the truck rolling over the child. I believe that the blue cooler that's still missing even today was used to dispose of Deorr's body. We believe it was taken down to the hill at the time of the 911 call during that time period, or maybe a little bit earlier than that, or maybe even it was done when they went down to go get the Swedish fish and all the other big story they put out over at the convenience store. And we believe the cooler was put into a dumpster. That dumpster was put into a dumpster truck, and that truck went over to a landfill, and it was dumped. So what we're in the process of doing now is the process of elimination. As you know, what that'll entail, we'll have to bring in some track hose. We'll have to dig out the area to either prove what our evidence shows is true or to disprove what our evidence shows. I still believe that the parents are suspects with information. That is what we believe based upon evidence. We have been very silent about our work up there, simply because it was so acrimonious up there. Everybody had an idea, everybody had a theory, but the bottom line is something happened up on top of that mountain on that day or the evening before.
Thank you, Annie.
When they first got there.
You've said from nearly the beginning that you believe the parents were involved. What are your thoughts about Grandpa Bob and Isaac?
There's our Molly. Good golly almighty. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here with us.
I think Bob knew, but Bob was sworn to secrecy. Isaac, even to today, what, we're 10 years down the line, his story has not changed. I mean, if you sit down and listen to this man, his story is boom, 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 boom. I know where I was. I know what I did. I saw her down there. I saw the panic look. I mean, Isaac has been, as a witness goes, somebody that has never changed his story. Then you go to the parents. I can't tell you how many stories we've gotten out of the parents. I mean, I just can't. And
do you
so,
think Deorr will ever be found?
Yeah, I think I think that if our evidence proves to show what happened with physical evidence, okay, so we have narrative evidence, we're looking for physical evidence, his remains will be in that cooler.
That isn't anywhere near the campsite at this point.
Yeah, no, and we're not going to release the name of the dump site simply because we don't want a bunch of looky-loos going down there bothering those people. They're fixing to get bothered about as much as they need to be bothered with track hose coming in, digging out certain areas based upon date and time. That's the greatest thing about that.
For those of you that didn't hear this, okay, Klein just said that they believe that the truck that was given away when they left, when they went home, was either driven over or rolled over baby Deorr. And then they took his body, put it into a cooler. When they left to go get the Swedish fish and all that crap, that it was taken, put into a dumpster. That dumpster was then taken to a landfill and dumped, and they're about to start digging at this landfill. This is a new theory. I never heard this before, so it's interesting. And I'd like to know what evidence they have that gives them that idea, because I never thought of that. Interesting as hell, though. Very interesting. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. I hope that if that's the case, I hope they find him. I'm sure that he would be preserved to an extent within the cooler if it's there. Angel D, are you leaving? Where you going, Miss Angel? Thank you for being here, Angel. I hope you have a great day, dear. We love you, and we'll see you soon. I thought it seemed he got one over or in. Yeah, right, James. Gotcha. I think Grandpa would have spilled it. Well, his mind, though, nothing. He had dementia, cancer, and I don't know. They did do that, I think, at some point. I know, Molly. I know. Believe me, I know. It's hard when you know the mom. And yeah, I know. Have a good one, Angel. We'll see you soon, hopefully. We'll see.
That area over there is where the dump is. You know, they keep track. You know, they put the trash down, and then they put the dirt immediately over it and pack it down. Another layer of trash down, and what they do is they have a computer system where on that date, on that time, whoever was assigned to pick up that trash picked up the trash and took it to the dump, and then they have an assigned dump area which they dump. So we feel like it. We know in that area where the disposal would have been.
It's amazing. It seems like, months or even sometimes years will go by, and then the case will suddenly, pop back up with theories and whatnot. One of the theories has been that Deorr wasn't even at the campsite. How do you address that?
He was there. Grandpa gave us that information. Grandpa was very, very, very articulate about everything before the trip and during the trip. Okay? They were very articulate about that. And consequently, most of the stories matched, other than a few little, we stopped to get pizza over on the highway. We talked to the pizza guy. I really don't remember that. Well, let me look at your cameras. Well, where the lies begin is right after at the gas station where they say they picked up pizza and Cokes. If you're picking up pizza and Cokes, why would you get over LILLYSULLIVAN and go get something to eat. I mean, that's one of the big faux pas in this case. We've never released that before.
Was that on the way, Philip, that they said they stopped for pizza and Coke?
Yep.
On the way up to the campsite the night before.
On the way to Deorr. Yep.
Okay.
And that kind of, and we've never really released that before, but that's all in the past now. We can release a lot of this stuff now. And so that kind of had all 9 investigators going, what? You know, okay, you had pizza and Coke, and then what, 30, 45 minutes down the line through the valley and up the hill, and there's Deorr. You're stopping because you're hungry and you're going to get something to eat, and everybody's super hungry. That was one of their big stories, was that, oh, we were so hungry, so we were going to stop. And well, why would you stop then? I mean, was the pizza a snack? Well, how much pizza did you buy? We did find the receipt too.
He's explaining it right now, Krista. Yeah, this is in Idaho, Tomboy.
And the receipt was two pizzas were bought.
Yeah,
bought pizza. So, and then of course we get to the aftermath of everything. Again, back down at the down there at, I believe it's called the stage stop or the stop down there, and all these stories about Deorr taking or Vernal taking little Deorr and putting him on the truck, and going back to see the beer truck man, and the beer truck guys are like, no, that never happened. We never saw him, but we never saw his child. And then, by the way, was there a big 18-wheeler sitting out there? No, there's never an 18-wheeler. So all these stories that they tried to fluff up to make themselves feel better and to make you and me believe in what they were saying, and especially the clerk at the store. When we got the receipts and we got the videos and, you know, this stuff about the tampons that she needed, but yet it wasn't bought till the second purchase. They never told us there were 2 purchases. They always told us there was 1 purchase, never 2. We asked the question to them. We got it on video. What purchase? Well, it was only 1 purchase. Okay. Why do we have receipts for 2 purchases? And of course, then they go ash and white and go, oh, well, first were for the candies, and the second one was for the tampon and the adult stuff. And then you go, but there's candies on the adult stuff. Well, we might have forgotten something.
Yeah.
Why? I mean, we don't understand why. Look, and of course, the most shocking one was the one at where they went to go get green diesel for the truck. And so, we talked to that young man, and he was a great witness. He said, I remember it like it was yesterday. Okay, tell us what's going on. And he said, well, no, I filled it up, but boy, they tried to keep me talking. They kept me busy. I said, well, did you see the child's chair behind the mama? Yeah. Was there anybody in it? No.
Welcome back, Elise.
And that was on the second day, right, that they were there?
Second day.
Yeah.
That's when we knew we had the timeline set where we knew he went up, right? We knew he.
I do believe you're right, Kim. See, you got good memory on that. That was another thing. Potato wedges and pizza. 2 pizzas and potato wedges, 100%. Is today your anniversary, Alicia? Happy anniversary. That's right. It is Sunday. I forgot about that with the birthdays. Very, very interesting with that too, by the way. Good call, Kim. Right. That was the other part of it. Thank you, Molly. I will, hon. 1 second here.
He went up, but we don't have him past going up to the top of the mountain. And that's why we think she broke down with Caroline and pointed to the mountain and said, that's where we took him. That's where he is.
Jessica said that.
Yeah. And that's why. And so Jessica, I think, had just had enough.
So 10 years later now, how does this thing get solved?
Well, where we go now is we're going to come up there. We're going to get with the people that own the dump site. We're going to what we call square it out. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to create squares of areas that that dump truck dumped on that certain weekend, on that certain day. Actually, I think it was actually a day and a half later when the holiday was over and they came to dump the dumpsters. And then we're going to lay that out, and then we'll start an excavation project. How deep do we have to go? We don't know. I've run a Starlink over the dump site. Took a look at it. We did some squares out on our computers, and it's gonna. I don't think it's going to be as hard as everybody thinks it's going to be. I found bodies in dumps that were way harder than this. Like I'm talking 20, 30 feet down in the ground.
Good question,
We had to bring in a big excavator and bring out, and find what we need that way. I kind of think that that's the next huge step, getting up there, meeting the new sheriff, introducing ourselves. I don't know how many people will go up there yet. We haven't made that decision yet. But I know it'll be me and at least 2 or 3 others. And then we'll go through. The evidentiary side, I think, is over. I think the evidentiary side is over. His body was not up there. This gentleman that brought his dogs up there, I don't know him. I have a rule. I never talk bad about other investigators, whether it's law enforcement or private investigators, unless they've committed a crime. I don't see him running up there. But then again, we've come up there 2 or 3 other times and we haven't told anybody in the last, since COVID.
Yeah.
So, and we haven't told anybody, but we've come up there. You get recognized in a hamburger joint, or you get recognized at a gas station or something. Somebody will walk up to you and say, "How's the case going?" And you just go, "How'd you know it was me?" So, "Well, we see you." So it's one of those things that we've done. And so now I'm going to rule this out. But we're in the period of rules. We've got our evidence. We know where it is. The only other chance it could be, because I'm telling you, that mountainside has been skewered. We have been up there a mile down, a mile up, a mile over, a mile. I mean, it's just no animals did this. Again, I'm going to say it to the general public. No animals did this. Okay. 2, Deorr did not just wander off and somebody pick him up and now he's out there. There's no evidence to that fact based upon what the other campers have said. 1, 2, based upon the testimony of the other of the parents, right? Number 3, based upon what Isaac has told us. Again, never changing his story. He's the only one that didn't change his story. And of course, what Grandpa told us. Yeah. And Grandpa was very, very, very specific with us. And the thing that scared the hell out of all of us is when he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Oh, he was just a 2-year-old. They can go in the cabin and make another one. What's done is done." And we all just, oh my God, who talks like that?
And Philip, thank you. Good luck next month.
And everybody's got to understand that if you're not familiar with this case, Isaac is a little slower. Okay, he doesn't get things like we all would get them as quickly. And that's why I thought it was kind of sad that I don't know, that's why I think it's.
Well, David, thank you for being here. I want to jump.
Never changed. Well, this is the new interview. This is David, the new PI, David Mashburn, that is currently working with them. Okay, and this is another one that's interesting. But that interview with Klein, I thought was super interesting, guys, because that theory, I never put that together in my head. So interesting.
Right to it. What do you think happened to baby Deorr? Well, David, thank you for being here. I want to jump right to it. What do you think happened to baby Deorr?
I think what happened is, and
you guys will see when we go to the interview from 5 years ago with Isaac, you'll see what I mean by the way he is, the way he talks and the things he says. You'll understand at that point.
It's a whole lot more technical and difficult to say what happened to him. But when you look at all the aspects of everything, a lot of people are pointing the fingers at mom, dad. But if you get right down to it, the odd picture, if you will, the odd scenario or the odd thing in this whole issue is Isaac. Isaac is, I believe Isaac's the one that had something to do with little baby Deorr's disappearance.
And any idea if that was some sort of accident or some sort of something that was done on purpose based on your investigation?
It's more of looking into the mind of the person. I believe Isaac and the grandfather had been friends for a long time, and Isaac had seen a lot of images of Jessica, the family, and then I think in Isaac's mind he had some type of image that he could be with Jessica. He liked Jessica and was infatuated with her, and I believe that he thought this was an opportunity. If I get rid of the child, then I can have Jessica. That gets rid of Vernal, that gets rid of the child, and I can have Jessica.
Now, you've been up there to the campsite, and you brought your dogs up there too. I think you've been up there a few times, haven't you?
I've been up there 5 times.
5 times. Has anything stuck out to you? Anything, brought to your attention?
Yeah. The first time we went, the dogs alerted on a certain area. And what's strange about that is we didn't find anything at that point in time. So the sheriff asked us, we had to leave. They would deal with it. They would come in and search later for that area. But what's interesting in that is Isaac puts himself there. And the family or Jessica had seen Isaac in that area for a long time, or for a short, brief time, but Isaac puts himself there for a long time.
Where the dogs hit?
Where the dogs hit. And see, when baby Deorr goes missing, what is the other thing that is missing in this whole ordeal is Isaac. Isaac and baby Deorr are both missing for a long period of time. So the last time we went was kind of a strange thing, but we decided to go outside the scope of where the dogs alerted, and we went up on top of the mountain, and there we found an old jacket. The jacket didn't have any pockets in it, so there wouldn't be any food in the pockets or anything. Something had to be wrapped up in this jacket in order for animals to scratch and tear at it and bite at it. And from what I know from going into school and all, it did appear to have a lot of blood stains on it.
And was it a child's jacket or like a man's jacket, adult jacket?
It's like a fleece pullover, a large pullover jacket that you couldn't really tell because it was torn to shreds, and it didn't have any labels on it. So you couldn't really tell what size, and plus it's been out in the weather, so it's shrinkage and everything else. It wasn't a child's, it was an adult's. And Jessica did make comments about when she did see Isaac that it appeared that he was carrying a 2-tone tackle box. And this jacket appears to be a 2-tone jacket, fleece over pullover.
Okay, so you said that was on top of the mountain. For people that aren't familiar, how far is the top of the mountain from the campsite? Could you walk it?
Oh, you can walk it. It's difficult for a person to walk it. My canines can run it, but for a person, it's difficult. And if you want to know my opinion of what I feel like had transpired, I feel like that Isaac could have gotten rid of the child in this jacket, put it somewhere. Animals came back that night, got it, and toted it right up the mountain. It just happened to fall out of the jacket, and they kept on going. But see, that mountain, when you climb up that mountain, there's a top flat area. and it is beautiful. But on the backside of this mountain, it is steep. It is like straight down. You can't have dogs on that side of the mountain. So if you're going to find anything, it's going to be very, very difficult in that terrain on the backside of that mountain where it would have been continued to be carried.
So do you think we'll ever find Deorr?
We can. And the only way we're going to be able to do this is to have so many volunteers and supporters and people out there on foot and just track every inch of that campground from the campground all the way up the mountain to the backside of the mountain. Now that seems like a big feat, and it is, but it can be done if people are willing to come together on a certain time and just do it. And I believe we can find something of him. Now let's go back to now. The jacket thing is just a theory, just a thought of mine, just from what I've seen and everything. But let's say he was buried down at the bottom of where the campground is. Let's just say he was buried and just left there. The difficult thing for canines to do is smell through manure, animal feces, and with this much time going by, it would a canine could be the best trained canine in the world, could be standing right on top of it. It could be buried 2 or 3 feet, and the dog could miss it because it's been so long. There's very little odor that's going to be there, and ground penetrating radar is going to be difficult because that ground is constantly settling. So, in all, you either search all the property inch by inch with a bunch of volunteers or people and find something on top of the ground where the animal has grabbed it and took off with it, which that's the good option one. Or number 2, you're going to have to go in there with equipment and dig up the entire area to get this boy. And people say, well, why don't they just do that? Well, it's a huge area. It is a large area.
Right. Yeah, it's massive.
And I'll tell you, the best thing for this case that I have seen that's come out of this case, you did an interview with Isaac. And without that, I wouldn't have my thoughts and opinions. I'd be really at a blank. But after watching those interviews, which was one of the best things ever, you can get, and people that profile other individuals, they see what I see. And just the ordinary person watching that said, oh, well, he's telling the truth. No, he's not. I've had Isaac and the dad, Vernal, in front of each other, talking to one another. Eventually, it got almost to a screaming match until I had to separate them and we left. So there's a lot more to this than the average people out there. I've never spoke about what has transpired or what's going on. And I kind of feel bad not to, but there again, to hold some of the integrity of the case, you just got to bite your tongue. And I just tell people over and over, it's not the parents. It's not the parents. And for 2 people like them that are young, separated, not on good terms, a lot of times, the secret would have come out if it was them.
So do you don't think the parents had anything to do with it and that they don't know any more than what they've already said?
No. And if people would have known, see, I've always had the question, well, Vernal, if Jessica didn't do it because she was over there on the island and you walk up, you know, you didn't do it. Why didn't you go after Grandpa? Why didn't you go after Isaac? And Vernal said, I did. I said, well, why didn't that hit the media? Why didn't anybody speak of this, how you went after Isaac and jerked him up and got separated by the marshals or law enforcement at that time? He said, nobody spoke of it. And that's the thing. Emotions speak louder than anything. If you watch the people, you can see who's got guilt and who doesn't have guilt. And I can tell you, Jessica and Vernal, they're not guilty in this whole ordeal.
Do you think that Grandpa Bob knew more before he passed, David?
No, the thing about Grandpa, he was easy and laid back, and I could see where Grandpa fell asleep, and he wakes up and he's got guilt. Child's gone. He was supposed to watch him, and Bob could fall asleep at a drop of a hat. I mean, you could be sitting there talking to him, and he'd fall asleep on you. And I don't. Um, in his mind, I believe he knew something of his friend, but yet again, he's the one that brought the friend. So he had that guilt, and you could read that on his face. But as far as him knowing exactly, I don't believe he knew anything.
Mm. All right. Well, here we are 10 years later. Anything that you want to add?
Keep doing what you're doing. Do the interviews. Give everybody, like when y'all did y'all's interviews, you interviewed mom, dad, you interviewed Isaac, grandpa, all these people. When you interview all of them, you can come to a conclusion. But when you only go after mom, dad, and sporadic people, not everyone that's involved, that becomes a problem. So I do want to say thank you for doing what you have done for this case. It's just now it's gotten to the point where we need a lot of people, maybe have a some kind of deal where everybody goes up there. We all have this big meeting all over the country to the campsite, and let's all participate in trying to find and search for this boy.
Yeah.
That's all we can do.
I'd love to interview all of them again, David. A lot of them aren't talking. They don't, want anything to do with it, but I appreciate you, sharing your thoughts. And
well, I'll tell you, Jessica and Vernal are leery because they got slammed so hard in this whole ordeal, and I don't blame them. I don't
understand that there were 2 other PIs that worked on this case that left. They quit. The one that we saw before this was one of them, and the other one, I can't think of his name, but they both quit when they started seeing certain things that they didn't like. This guy's new. Give him some time to see how he feels once he gets through certain parts of this.
Blame them for not wanting to do interviews and all, and they would if they got the fair shake of, hey, listen to what I'm asking you to do. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't know. And it's hard for people to understand why, as a parent, would you not know what happened to your child? Well, some things happen. And when you have this whole scenario, I mean, I can understand their leeriness of doing interviews, but I encouraged them to try to, and I'll be there with them if they want to do them. It's just they get so many fingers pointed at them. They get death threats on them. They get accused constantly, and I can understand the pressure on them. And everybody just doesn't know what really happened on that mountain when the child went missing, and how angry Vernal and Jessica were at Grandpa and Isaac. But yet no one shared those emotions that happened up there and the arguments that happened up there. And maybe I've given a little insight about it, but just a little 5-minute video, can't get everyone into what's really going on,
Yep.
But we try.
Yeah.
We try.
All right. So that was David Marsden, the newest PI working on the case with the family. He's working with the parents. And, well, I'll just leave it at that for right now. 1 second here. Now, I want to go back to Isaac's interview, you guys, from 5 years ago. Okay, there's a reason. Hold on. Thanks, SRB, and welcome back, dear. Bear with me. It's loading kind of slow right now. Sorry. I don't know, Annie. I don't know this guy very well at all. That was my thought too, James, the whole time. That is very true. Kim just said Bernal didn't like Isaac from the get-go. While they were all packing up and putting their bags into the truck, Bernal said to Isaac, "I'm not your bag boy. Put your own bags in the truck." Yeah, he wasn't very nice to him and didn't like him for whatever reason in the beginning. So.
You're the one that can say whether or not baby Deorr was even at that campground.
As far as I know, to my knowledge, and he was there.
He was there the whole time.
The whole time that we were up there and was camping with us, yes.
Okay. So I'm sorry, let me ask that again. So you're the only, well, not the only one. So Isaac, you were one of 4 people at the campground. So the question of if baby Deorr was even at that campground, you can say yes or no. So was baby Deorr there at the campground?
Yes, he was.
You were saying that to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, he was there, and so and that's all I know, that he was up.
No, this is Annie. This is Isaac, the other guy that was up there on the mountain. He was Grandpa's friend. And as you'll see, he's a little slower. He's not real quick to the draw on this. That's all. But he does seem to remember fairly well.
Up there with us. And
so you've talked with investigators. You've talked with, who all have you talked to? Have you taken lie detector tests about all this stuff?
I took a lie detector test. I'm not commenting if it was positive or negative. And I've talked to the Sheriff's Department in Deorr County and the FBI and People Magazine, and I think there was a few others I don't remember though. It's been a long time, so.
Does it feel like it's been 4 years for you? Does it, you know what I mean? Like, does it feel longer, shorter? Do you just wish this would all kind of go away?
It's been kind of longer, yeah. And closure, I think closure would be, for the parents and everybody, would be nice. But
what do you think happened to baby Deorr?
I have no idea. Maybe it was an accident or something. I don't know.
Do you think he's still alive?
I don't have a comment on that.
Do you think
Now watch his face when she asked that question at first. Watch this. Watch his eyes and how he talks to her. He looks at her when she asks that before he answers.
I don't have a comment on that. For the parents and everybody would be nice. But
what do you think happened to baby Deorr?
I have no idea. Maybe it was an accident or something. I don't know.
Do you think he's still alive?
I don't have a comment on that.
Do you think Jessica had anything to do with his disappearance?
Ooh, I'm not going to comment on that either.
Why not?
I just feel like I just want to stay neutral in this situation, Don't want to point fingers. I don't think it's nice or it's right.
Do you think Vernal Deorr had anything to do with baby Deorr's disappearance?
I have no idea.
What about Bob?
Bob? I don't know if he do. All I know is Deorr was up there with us. We were camping. Next thing you know, he was gone. And there was 4 adults up there. And for some reason, none of us know what went down. Somebody does, but I can't point fingers at somebody when I don't know,
Do you think he was abducted by a person? Do you think he was kidnapped?
He could have been. I don't know. There's lots of things that could have happened. He could have been attacked by a cheetah or a cougar, maybe a bear. But you'd think you'd hear something though, but he was just there and then he wasn't.
So you don't have any theories, any hunches, any gut feelings about
Could
what
be
happened to
SR.
him or who's responsible?
I don't.
What maybe do you hope happens out of all this eventually?
Well, I'm hoping everybody gets closure. I'm hoping Deorr Kunz is found and just as it's all wrapped up and him put to rest would be nice.
Do you ever feel pressure, like from Trina just now, to say that he was at the campground?
No. There was no pressure.
So you're being like honest. You don't
Right.
feel like you should say a certain thing.
Right. I'm being totally honest.
I have to ask, did you do something to Deorr?
No.
What was your interaction?
I feel bad
with
for this
them
guy.
There, I mean, what do you remember about that whole?
Just bits and pieces vaguely. It's been 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. What do you remember though? What do you recall?
Ooh, I really I really don't want to talk about that because if it's something I didn't exactly say 4 years ago, it could be turned around and I don't want that. So no comment.
Does it make you mad when I ask you, did you have something to do with Deorr? Like,
No.
do you have a lot of people give you dirty looks in town? Do you know what I mean? Like, are you just tired of it all?
I don't think I have really people give me dirty looks or anymore or anything. I just kind
Anybody accusing you of stuff?
I haven't had really anybody harass me really or anything. If they have on Facebook, I don't know. I don't read Facebook. I just scroll on the pictures, and when I get done with that, I'm done.
Okay. Anything else that you want to mention? Because I gave Jessica and Vernal all time to talk today, even Trina. Anything you want people to know?
No, I think that'll be all. I think that's good.
From like no one ever said, okay, you need to say this or don't say that, or
No, they haven't. Been to Hawaii. Not a whole lot of stuff, That's about it. That's about the biggest major thing we've done in the last year.
Yeah. Did you guys go to Hawaii for your honeymoon?
Yes.
Oh, awesome.
See, a lot of people think that he was coerced into saying what he was saying and threatened into saying what he just said. And that's always been that way with him. I feel bad for this kid. I really do. And he just seems like he's nervous and scared, and it's just not fair. It's not fair. That's my opinion, of course, but I do not believe he did anything to Deorr at all. I'll tell you that right here.
Kaiki Beach. And when did you guys get married?
In March.
In March of this year?
No, it was last year.
No,
Was this
media outlet. Like you just kind of want to move on. You're tired of people asking. Like
I am tired. It's getting kind of annoying, but at the same time, I know that this needs to be solved. I know the parents need closure, and I know everybody just wants to know what happened. So, and I wish I could tell everybody exactly what went down completely, but I don't remember everything. And the things I do remember, I've already told the media years ago.
may I ask why you don't remember certain things?
Old age, maybe.
How old are you?
I'll be 40 next year.
Now, this was the parents' interview from 5 years back now, okay? I feel
Candid,
bad.
never before heard comments from the parents of baby Deorr, who rarely talk to the media, but after 4 years have so much to say. I'm Kim Fields, and this is a KTVB exclusive, The Search for Deorr Kunz Jr.
Now, as compared to what you guys saw with them today, this is from 5 years back, or 4 years back, or no, 5 years ago, sorry, at this point. And see if there's anything different that you get out of this.
Rest of your emergency? I'm actually camping in LILLYSULLIVANMISSING, just outside of LILLYSULLIVAN. My 2-year-old son, we can't find him.
4 years later, still no answers. Not a trace of baby Deorr.
The worst nightmare a parent could ever go through, really.
Just want my boy. just want my boy.
In a KTVB exclusive, Deorr Kunz Jr.'s parents confront the accusations head on.
What is it like to be accused of murdering your son?
It's sickening.
Sorry, I pulled up the wrong one. Bear with me, you guys. You know I'm not the brightest crane in the box. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry about that. I was going to say they look the same. We just watched this one. 1 minute. The computer is not cooperating with me. Hang on. All right, here we go. I think this, yeah, it just rolled into that other one before.
I always think about what would he be doing or what would he be into or, you know, what things he would like. He was only 2.5 when he went missing, and now it's 4 years that he's been missing. He's been missing longer than he's, you know, he was with me, you know, and so that's really sad to me.
He'd be working on stuff with me.
What is going on here? Just a minute. Just a minute. Good Lord, you guys. I can't get myself together to save my life. I have too many links is what it is. Hold on. Okay. One more time. See if we can get it right this time.
Your grandma's big boy. Hi.
And I was wrong. It wasn't the 4 years. This was 9 years ago. This is a year after he went missing, okay? My apologies.
He's a very loving child.
He just lit up an entire room.
He was left with a trusted adult. When I come back, my son was gone.
It's the third night an Idaho Falls family is spending without their son.
In the bizarre case of a 2-year-old boy who mysteriously vanishes at an Idaho campground.
A trusted adult that had cancer and dementia, and no, I'm sorry. That was your problem that you did that. That's a problem for me.
We haven't found a thread.
A lot of sleepless nights.
The parents didn't ensure that someone was watching the little boy when they walked away.
He's in here,
man
right
who
there.
was obsessively staring at that little boy.
There she is right there. 5 different times, 2 different days. They are on town and no one sees Deorr. Right. Exactly, Molly. And I have pictures, folks. I'm going to show you. Molly sent me this stuff already. This is where Molly lives, okay? She knows. She knows who the mother is, so on and so forth. So she knows a lot more about this than what you would think. And like she just said, 5 different times in a period of 2 different days that they're in town, but nobody saw this baby. Miss me with the bullshit. Sorry.
If anyone has him, take him somewhere and just drop him off so that we can have him home.
We will find him no matter what it takes.
They try to get him to confess to being responsible for the disappearance of his son.
The parents of missing toddler Deorr Kunz Jr. are now suspects in his disappearance.
Because the body of Deorr Kunz has never been found, murder charges against his mom and dad are unlikely.
Telling us that they know that we're going to go to hell for what we did to our son, and how could we?
And I will look you straight in the eyes and I will tell you, she knows where that body is.
Did you murder your son?
Absolutely not.
Was there an accident?
No. If there was, it wasn't to my knowledge.
I have been polygraphed, yes.
And does it worry you that people are going to stop looking?
Yeah.
I don't trust her. I never could. I don't know what it is, but I just never could.
I don't think he's up there. I think he would have been found if he was. Don't you? Little man.
1 year later, so many questions remain about the mysterious disappearance of Deorr Kunz Jr. Was the toddler ever at Timber Creek Campground? Do his parents really know more about what happened to him? And is there a chance the boy is still alive? Tonight, we take a look back on the year-long
He's such a sweet little guy,
The
too.
story
This breaks my
doesn't
heart.
begin at the
Looking at
campground.
him kills
It
me.
begins here in Idaho Falls. As the sun shines over the quaint eastern Idaho city, no one prepares for the storm about to come. It's a story of 2 high school sweethearts, Jessica and Vernal, who take their son on a camping trip with Grandpa and his friend Isaac they never met.
Oh, yeah. This is another
What
Idaho
happens
thing.
in the next
It's
48
crazy,
hours?
isn't it?
Investigators don't know. How does this 2-year-old vanish without a trace? Vernal gets off work around 5 o'clock, and Jessica helps him load up the truck. And then what happens?
We headed over to my mom's house to help my grandpa load up the camper onto the Suburban and make sure we had everything. And then we followed him to Isaac's house to pick Isaac up to see if he was there.
How did you find out that Isaac was going on the camping trip?
I asked my grandpa, oh, is it just me and, me, you, and Deorr and Little Man? And he said, no, I'm going to see if my friend wants to go. He said he wanted to go fishing. He said, he's a little strange, but he's a good guy.
Even more strange, during the day, Isaac is nowhere to be found.
My grandpa went to Isaac's house 3, 4, 5 times, and he wasn't home. My grandpa said, let's swing by his house one more time before we head out of town. If he's not there, he's not going. And he was there the last time.
They drive more than 100 miles to LILLYSULLIVAN.
When we got there, we stopped at the little restaurant bar. My grandpa Isaac and Vernal got out of the vehicles while I was getting Little Man out.
From the way I took it, Molly, is it was a spur of the moment situation. Okay, that's all I can tell you. I don't know for sure, hon.
And we were going to go eat. My grandpa and Isaac and Vernal had turned around and said that they were closed. So I had to pick up Little Man and put him back in the truck. And we headed back. Well, we headed up to the campground.
The 5 set up camp, go to sleep, and wake up the next morning. Vernal, Jessica, and little Deorr leave camp and go to LILLYSULLIVAN's only convenience store.
Vernal went in and asked if they had diesel. The lady told him, go to It's like a rundown diesel or another gas station, like 2 buildings down. So we went over there. Little man and I stayed in the truck while Vernal went across the street. The guy said that the pumps were out, but to go to Peterson Welding, and they sold like red dye diesel.
Vernal fills up his truck. They go back to the convenience store, pick up snacks, and head to the campground.
Walked down to go fishing. My son stayed with his great grandpa, and that is the last time I saw him.
They were gone anywhere from 5 to 20 minutes, came back up and realized that he was not there, or they couldn't find him. And they searched for a short time and then called us.
Not long after, nearly 100 people join the search, and they don't come alone. Horses, dogs, four-wheelers, and a helicopter. Working in Lemhi County, lead investigator Steve Penner frequently gets called out for searches in remote areas.
Initially, it absolutely was a search and rescue. In the past, we've always been able to find him, but in this case, we didn't.
Lemhi County Sheriff's Office begins to investigate other angles.
In these types of things, you try to clear everybody that was there, and we were unable to do that.
Polygraphs, interrogations, and searches, but no leads. Despite the fact Lemhi County Sheriff Lynn Bowerman goes on national television calling it a homicide investigation, Lemhi County lead investigator Steve Penner says there's other possibilities.
That he wandered off, a short distance, and there was interference or contribution with some of the local predators, that there was an accident, that there was some type of foul play involved, or abduction.
Is it rare for someone to disappear just without a trace? We're talking about a kid that had big cowboy boots on that were too big for his feet. I mean,
You can do research and find where they've gone missing, or sometimes they're missing for 2 or 3 years, and then they find something down the road.
We got involved in it because there was a report that someone saw Deorr with a gentleman at Walmart.
The little boy in Walmart isn't Deorr, but Sheriff Paul Wild's office continues to assist Lemhi County.
Because the family lives here. Everybody that was up at the campsite lives here. We've tried to help them out, as including the FBI and the state and all the other guys, all trying to help them out.
One thing none of the investigators can figure out is why no one from the town of LILLYSULLIVAN remembers seeing baby Deorr.
why do you think nobody can place little man there?
I don't know. I honestly have no clue. Little man was in the truck the whole time with me when we got the diesel. As far as the stage shop, he was in there running around the aisles, trying to figure out which candy he wanted, talking to everybody that was in the store, flirting with the clerk and stuff like that. So I don't understand how nobody remembers seeing him in there.
The lack of evidence makes this one difficult to crack. And it really makes you wonder, was the boy actually at the campground?
Until I find some hard evidence that suggests that he wasn't, I'm going to continue to believe that he was there, and I'm going to continue to look for him there.
Is there anything you've really ruled out?
At this point, no.
Oh, you can, Krista. You can put, he was tiny. He was just a little 2-year-old little guy, really little dude. You can put him in a cooler. 100% you can. He would definitely fit in there without fail. Okay. So that's one thing that is absolutely 100% possible. So nobody in this town remembers seeing this little guy. If he was running around a store, making noise, talking to people, touching things, doing this, so on and so forth, I would remember it. And I think everybody there, he was cute. He's adorable. Okay. I would have noticed. I'd have remembered him, and I'd have remembered, oh, I remember that dude. He was a cute little guy. Of course I remembered, but nobody does. Think of that. Oh, no. I gotcha. I understand completely. This is why the one PI believes that that's his theory, that he got run over by the truck, put in a cooler, and taken to a dumpster. Then the dumpster was dumped in the landfill. That's what the theory is at this point that they're working on. So I'm just saying, but nobody saw this child. Nobody heard this child. It's wild to me. Like Molly said, 5 different times over a period of 2 different days, and nobody remembers seeing this little dude. That bothers me really bad.
And this family fired our team, fired us, just in the written, you're fired. Because we came to them in a family meeting and sat down. I would say there was 12 to 14 people, and sat them down and said, this is where we have, this is where we're going. Here's the evidence, guys.
But that didn't stop his firm. Klein's team conducted a search at the campground in June. He says the parents' timeline does not add up.
I'll give you one example. Jessica says she's down here fishing with a fishing pole, looking for fish, looking for tadpoles, or whatever she says she's looking for, and looks back and sees the baby walking up. But yet we put an investigator down there. We do a camera angle shot with a distance study shot. You can't see that child. It doesn't work. It doesn't happen. Even all the way down to where's the fish? I mean, we've walked this thing. Where's the fish? The water's moving too fast. There's no fish. The dog did hit. I'm not going to say it didn't. It did hit. But it didn't hit in the area that Vernal described to us. But then again, you go back to Vernal. Nothing that comes out of Vernal's mouth is the truth. Nothing.
The investigator and his team believe there is no way Deorr is alive.
There's so much evidence at this point that points towards anything but an abduction, anything but an animal running away with this child.
Klein says he wishes someone is able to provide him credible evidence that proves his theory of homicide wrong.
Give me someone besides Isaac.
On their timeline, there's no way they had time to catch a fish. There's not. By the time they got down the hill to the stream, baited a hook, threw their poles. Mind you, you saw how fast that water's moving. How are you going to hold your line steady to catch a fish on it? Come on now. Think about this. There's no way. No way. Okay? And you're not going to fish in that stream like that. There's no fish there. They're moving. If they're in there, they're moving way too fast. They don't have time to look at a hook, guys. This is my problem with this. And this is why this man was fired, in my opinion. They didn't like what he had to say. He got onto something, and they didn't like that. Exactly. You don't have time to bait a hook, cast it, catch anything. That's the point. Why did you even go for that short period of time? If you're going fishing, you don't put a time limit on it, especially in an area like this, because you don't know how long it's going to take. Oh, I'm going fishing for 5 minutes. I'll be right back. What? Who does that? Come on. Think. Let's think clearly on this. Let's not be ridiculous now.
That says he's alive. Give me one person, just one person tell me that they saw that baby sometime Thursday or Friday. Not one person has told me that they've seen that baby on Thursday or Friday. Not one.
So Isaac can place him here.
Isaac says he was here. But when you pin Isaac down on that comment and you talk to him, say, Isaac, are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. I saw him. Where'd you see him? Well, just around the camp. The question is Isaac mentally capable of understanding of what's going on? I think so. But is Isaac not telling us that one portion?
He says Isaac is mostly telling the truth, but as for the other 3,
why don't you just tell us the truth? If something happened to that child, why don't you just tell us? And that's why we're to the point now. If they're not willing to confess to an accident and they got scared and buried the child, what's the alternative to that? Intentional homicide.
And I met little Deorr, baby Deorr, right here in this body shop. So that's why I took an interest in the case. Because not one day goes by that I don't think about the little boy. I don't see his face in my memory. I dream about him at night. I wish that we could find him.
Frank Vilt joined the search for Deorr 1 month after the toddler's disappearance.
Because I've heard their dogs were up there searching, the immediate search after he was reported missing, and then the subsequent searches. And it bothered me that nothing was found.
It didn't take Vilt long to realize something wasn't right. A month and a half later, he sent this letter to the little boy's parents. I am withdrawing from the investigation because of circumstances beyond my control, including, but not limited to, a breach of trust on your part concerning your refusal to allow me to make this case national. Both of you lied and misrepresented the true facts that could solve the mystery of your missing son. My suggestion is that you fully cooperate with the Lemhi County Sheriff and tell the truth. Vilt quit his investigation.
Two investigators that quit for the same reason. Well, the other was fired, but Frank quit. Same reason. Okay? Same reason.
But never stopped wondering.
And I think outside the box. My law enforcement career tells me it's not just a little boy who's going to walk off. Maybe something happened to him. Maybe he was abducted.
He says there's one statement in particular that doesn't sit well with him.
Jessica saying, I kept looking back to make sure he wasn't following, so we left him with my grandfather. I kept looking back. I kept looking back. If a parent was going to leave a child with a grandparent, why would he keep looking back to make sure he was still there?
Despite the letter he sent in September of 2015 calling both parents liars, he now believes the father is oblivious to what happened.
I do know that Jessica at one time wanted to relocate to Utah. Utah has very liberal adoption laws. Even though the mother and father name are on the birth certificate, they weren't married. So the mother has total control of what she does with that baby. Now, if the father knew that she was doing something like a prearranged adoption, he would fight it in court. Because he looked me in the eye, and I still remember him saying this. He says, Frank, that's my son. That's my flesh and blood. I would die for him. And I believed him.
But why did Vernal leave the state?
Well, I initially thought it was weird, but then it came to the conclusion, no, he's a truck driver, had an opportunity for employment, and he's not a choir boy, he's not perfect, he's done a lot of things in his life he shouldn't have done, but in this particular case, he wanted to get away from her, get away from the whole thing. I want people to know there's a possibility this little boy may be alive. If he knows something, say something. Don't be afraid.
If someone had asked me a year ago, hey, would you ever think of any of these 4 people being capable of hurting a baby? I'd have said no. You know, what we've been through, it's crossed my mind.
Deorr's grandma, Trina Clegg, lives a whole year without any answers about what happened to her grandson. In that year, the sheriff names her daughter a suspect in his disappearance, which brings her to do the unimaginable.
I've had the conversation with her of, you know, not a conversation. I can't call it a conversation. I would call it an all-out interrogation of what happened, where were you, please let them help you if you know anything. I mean, it was something that, you know, I was never ready to face. Throwing baby DJ's picture in front of her face and asking her if she was willing to lose everything for something that, you know, was an accident or intentional. And once I felt like she didn't try to talk to me or she didn't, you know, anything, she just said, Mama, I promise you, I did not do anything to baby Deorr. I just felt like at that point, I had to believe her.
In June of this year, something happened that she couldn't believe. Jessica married another man after leaving Vernal.
I was in shock. I did not attend the wedding because I kind of felt like it was rushed. When I asked her why, she told me that she loved him and he was a great emotional support to her.
Trina still believes in her daughter's innocence.
Baby DJ, in my opinion, is still alive. And until there's evidence, I will never, ever, ever stop believing that.
That same hope is what Vernal's sister, Tanisha O'Neill Tompkins, holds on to.
There's no proof saying that he isn't with us anymore, and I choose to believe that he was taken or handed off and he is alive out there somewhere.
A few months after investigators call Vernal a liar and suspect, he leaves town. His sister says his move is not a sign of guilt.
I just think that he is lost in life right now and he doesn't really know what to do. It's not that he left here, like he's not coming back. I think this is just what he needs to do right now.
Tanisha truly believes her brother is not responsible for the child's disappearance.
I feel like if they were covering for each other, by now one of them would have said something, especially like where Jessica's married now. I just don't think that they would have turned on each other by now.
Over the past 12 months, Jessica and Vernal have been called liars, suspects, and murderers. They tell me their lives have drastically changed. They split up, she remarried, and he left the state. All decisions that have been highly criticized. Tonight, they want to address the allegations investigators and the public has made against them.
And I will look you straight in the eyes and I will tell you, she knows where that body is.
Philip Klein claims that you know where baby Deorr is, that you're hiding this. Is that what you told him?
Absolutely not. Never once did I say that. He asked me where I thought my son was, and I said, I don't know. The last place that I saw my son was in those mountains, so it's hard for me to think of where else he could be, because that is the last place I saw him.
Would you like proof of where you said that?
Yeah. I feel like, people ask for proof on all the stuff that he says, but can he provide it? No. So it's just, he's blowing smoke.
Despite the fact that you're not together, do you still believe in Vernal's innocence?
Yeah. I believe in both of our innocence because
Thanks, Molly.
he was with me that whole time. The longest he was out of my sight was when he went up the embankment to go get our son. And that was maybe 5 minutes. So I have no doubt in my mind that he had nothing to do with it, regardless of our relationship or anything like that. I stand by the truth of it. And he was there with me.
In my opinion, yeah, she is innocent. She was with me. And I know in my heart, everybody comes up to me, do the right thing, tell the truth. I have told the truth. I have told the truth and told the truth. And I'm still, no matter what, I can't prove it. I can't prove that.
Why did you decide to leave?
Originally, I had no intentions of it. My father has really bad COPD, and I have family in another area that has a lot better elevation, that is a lot better. The heat helped him breathe. So I just decided to help. I'll come help you move, get you situated and settled. And then I come across a good job. Met a good family that provided me with a good job, and I stayed. I agreed to it because I didn't know what else to do. So I just stayed. And it's not like it helps anything. It's not like it puts a smile on your face, but you're not constantly being stared at. You're not constantly being reminded of what people think of you wrongfully.
People have been critical of some of your recent personal decisions. What do you have to say to them?
I'm trying to pick up the pieces of my life the best that I can. I found happiness in somebody that is there for me, that supports me, that supports, me through the hardest time in my life and stands by me throughout all this and doesn't ever question, did you have something to do with this?
If her husband was able to give her a happiness and a joy, who am I to stop that? I just wanted everybody happy. That's how I've always been my whole life. I want people happy. And if Jessica's happy, there won't be a single problem out of me. There won't be a single complaint out of me.
People say, oh, she shouldn't have been out dating and this and this and this. It wasn't like I went out and that's what my intentions were. It was, we met, we clicked, and we fell in love. So it is what it is. You can't control that kind of stuff. You can't control when it happens or how it happens. It just does.
What would you say to baby Deorr?
I love you, Bubba. You're my pride and joy. As a family, every one of us love you. And we pray every day that we'll be reunited again, and we'll do sparklers. We'll have 4th of July. We'll do your birthdays. We'll do everything that we've missed, because there's not a day that goes by that we don't miss you.
Welcome out.
We got to go there.
Daddy's never forgot you, and he never will. I will find you. Till the day I die, I will continue. You will always be in my mind, and I will do whatever it takes to find you. And I love you, son. More than anything in this world. I love you.
Oh, what a good question. We're coming for you.
Happy day anniversary, Allison. 5 months. Thank you for being part of the community. We love you. Appreciate you very much.
We didn't forget about you. Our lives have not moved on. Our lives are still up here on this mountain looking. We're coming for you. That would be I would tell him if he could hear my voice, which I hope he hears my voice in heaven, you know, we're coming for you.
I would just say that I hope he's being taken care of. That I love him more than anything in this world. And we miss him. And we want him to come home.
You are loved. You are a child of our community. And we will do everything we can to solve this case and make sure that we have the answers and the facts.
You know, I would just, you know, I'm not going to give up.
All right, I'm gonna pull up some of this stuff that Molly put out here, sent over for me, just to show you guys the truck. 1 minute here. Hopefully, it'll let me do it. Maybe 1 minute here. Oh, that could be why. Hold on, I gotta move something out of the way first. All right, let's try it now. Let's see if this works. Maybe not. All right, well, this is that's Vernal's truck right there at that time. That was Grandpa Bob's, his Suburban, okay? So there's that. Those are the two vehicles. And like I said, he goes back from camp after all this and gave this away. Granted, it's not the greatest looking thing in the world, but it's not bad to just give it away. There's got to be a reason. I don't know. Something's not right with that. That's just an opinion I have. So, wait, did you guys even see it? I think you did. Yeah, you did. Hold on. There's his truck there. There's Grandpa's Suburban. Still a truck, in my opinion. Sorry, Alicia. I knew I didn't do it right. There you go. That's the father's truck, and that was the grandfather's Suburban thing. So again, they go back after camp and just give it away. I don't trust that. I don't trust it at all. Sorry. That's one of the biggest things that bothered me. It could be, Annie, but the stories did change, and they shouldn't. They shouldn't change. If there's no dishonesty, the story should stay 100% the same the whole way around. Sorry. That's just how I feel about that. Okay, next. Hold on. Because Molly does amazing map stuff, I'll just show you real fast here the area where this all happened at. Okay. Upper Timber Creek Campground is up through here, so on and so forth. So there's that. So everybody know. Hold on, let me shrink it back down just a little. There's that. 1 minute here. We also have just so that you guys can understand. Once again, thank you to Molly. She does amazing with this stuff. A visual of what the 4 adults saw at Timber Creek Campground. I'm sorry. The aerial view of the campground is right. This is this picture right here. Okay. These 2 pictures show the logs that Isaac Bernal and Jessica used to cross from the bank to the area beneath the campground right there. Okay. This was Bob and Deorr Jr.'s view of the 3 adults walking away to fish. This is so if they were standing here where this red arrow is, the parents were walking that direction. That's what it would have looked like. The approximate spot where Deorr Jr., Bob, Jessica, and Bernal would have lost sight of each other is right here where this is pointing at. Okay. Right there. And a wider view of the campground looking towards the campsite from where the road ends is right there. So again, just like the PI said, once they got down that hill, she said she turned and looked back. She could see him. You can't see up over that hill. You just can't, period. They did a whole test and everything. The PI said, no, you can't see him, period. And he's a littler person, so he's going to be shorter. So you're definitely not going to see him. Yeah, it's a fast flowing creek, Annie, for sure. One more time, I'm going to read this to you guys so you understand. So, according to the family, around 10:30 in the morning, 11 a.m., after the family had breakfast, Jessica started her period and asked Bernal to return to town to pick up. Now, remember the times that this happened. How many? Return to town, excuse me, to pick up some supplies, including feminine products and groceries at the convenience store. Stage Stop Junction. Jessica's interview with the PI, Philip Klein, on November of 2015. Bernal, Jessica, and presumably little Deorr left and went to town. According to Bernal, this trip downhill took about 20 minutes. We will get back to that statement in the other things section below. Once in town, they stopped at the Stage Stop. That's the one store, okay? Where Bernal asked the worker if they sold diesel. The Newsline special, we watched that already. When the clerk said no, they went to the diesel pump 2 doors down. There was no diesel there. They finally went to Peterson's Welding, and that's where he filled up his truck, okay? But then, according to them, this is the weird shit. Then they turned around and came all the way back to the beginning place, and they got all their stuff. So why didn't you just get it while you were there and then go get gas instead of having to go back and come back and forth like that. That was weird to me too. Just saying. I'm just telling you, you were at the store, grab all your groceries, your supplies, whatever, go get your gas, and then go back. You didn't have to come back and backtrack multiple times. That was a strange. The way it was done was just weird to me. Is all I'm saying. You know, me, if they said they had no gas, but there's gas up the road, sure, okay, let's buy our groceries, feminine products, whatever we're buying. Let's get it all, put it in the truck. Then let's go get some gas, and then we'll head back. End of story. Why did you have to go there, leave? Go 2 other places, get your gas, and then come back to the same place you were to get your stuff. That's so strange to me. I'm sorry. Anyway, at this point, they returned to the convenience store to get their snacks and feminine products before heading back to the campground. Little Man Lost, documentary episode number 4 is where that's at. In one of the private investigators, Klein's interview with Jessica, she explains that they went to the stage stop to get Deorr some fries. In the same interview, Jessica claims that this older man was sitting at the table in the store and staring incessantly at her son. There's a receipt that confirms that they were at the store and purchased some things around this time. East Idaho News interview with Lemhi Sheriff Lynn Bowerman, August 2/15. It is also important to note that no receipts prove that Jessica and Vernal made purchases in town that day. East Ohio News, blah, blah. 1 second here. Jessica sends a text to her mom saying that they are leaving LaDour to return to the campground. And if we assume, as Vernal claims, that the trip took 20 minutes during the day and the family was in town at LaDour from about 11 to 11:40 at the latest, 12:38. Okay? So then we also have that 8:30 p.m. Caravan arrives at LaDour, tries to dine. They try to dine at the restaurant, but it's closed. No one sees Deorr that time either. Okay. 8:30 p.m. The family gets snacks at the convenience store. Instead, no one sees Deorr at that time on July 10th. 11 a.m. the next day to 11:40, Vernal, Jessica, and presumably Deorr arrive in LaDour, and no one sees Deorr then. At 12:30 that same day, Vernal, Jessica, and presumably Deorr shop around in LaDour. No one sees him there. 12:30, receipt shows that Vernal and Jess purchased things at the convenience store, but no one sees the baby. I don't understand how this child, as adorable as he is, and he was probably hyperactively running around if they were taking him out of the truck, how nobody saw him. Okay, and he's so cute. I'd remember that child. I'm telling you. I would. That's weird, Kelly. Okay, so moving on. Okay, this is what Molly asked me to play this video.
Well, we have just pulled into LaDour, and now we are
Hold
going
on.
to drive up to. Well, we have just.
All right, so this was East Idaho News going, hold on 1 minute, up to the campsite to show you how all this would have went down, okay?
Into LILLYSULLIVAN, and now we are going to drive up to the Timber Creek campground. The stage stop where Jessica and Vernal say they went to get some items the day that Deorr disappeared. That's right on the main strip. It's the only business that sells stuff here near the campsite. You can get gas, soda, candy, whatever. And then you turn down this side road that we're on right now to head up to the campsite. It's about a 15 to 20 minute drive from here if the weather's good and if the roads are clear. From the road, it's about 8 miles to get to the Timber Creek Reservoir. So we're going to turn down Timber Creek Road here. You can see just how desolate it is out here. In fact, there's no cell phone reception during most of this drive, most of the area, but if you pan out here, you can see there's just miles and miles of vast space, shrubbery. Really, Deorr could be anywhere out there. So we're about 7 miles away from the campsite at this point. You can see the road is pretty bumpy. I don't know if you can see, or the camera might be shaking a little bit. We're going about 20 miles an hour. Can't go much quicker, otherwise you might damage your car. So when Deorr disappeared, ATVs were very helpful in trying to search for him. Same with horses and people on foot. Small type of vehicles, though, wouldn't do well up here. If you drove a passenger type car, you might have issues getting it up here. We're in a medium sized SUV, and you can see it's still a little bumpy. You wouldn't want to go too fast. Up here, you can see there's a couple of cattle grades that we are going over, and it's just a really remote part of Idaho. Perfect place to go camping, but off the grid. You'd have to really know where you were going if you wanted to try to find the campsite. This is the campsite where Deorr and his family were camping. It obviously is a little bit different now, 10 years later versus back on that day. But over here is where Isaac had set up his tent, kind of near this boulder. Then you have the picnic table with the fire pit here. The SUV, we're told, was parked somewhere in this area. And Grandpa Bob, when Deorr vanished, had a lawn chair set up somewhere in this area. Now, originally, Isaac and Jessica and Vernal decided to go up here to take a look at some fish.
Isaac actually leaves with them.
With the parents.
To show them where to fish.
And then breaks off.
And then breaks off and comes back and ends up down here.
Now, let me show you. The creek is just down this steep hill. Fairly steep. I mean, you could walk down it if you find the right spot. This is a cutoff from the main water creek, which is on the other side. We'll go down there in a minute and show you what it looks like. But let me walk up to where Jessica and Vernal say they went to look at the fish. Okay, now we're about 100 yards away from the picnic table. This is where we're told Jessica and Vernal came to fish or look for fish. When they came out, they realized that their son was gone. They did some searching. Now, Jessica called 911 from this spot, we're told, because she was worried that she couldn't get a cell phone reception down that way. Today, the cell phone reception is much better up here. I have, 3 bars and I can call out. But at that time, you were in
That has always been my point, Molly. Is a last-minute camping trip. You're going to drive that far because I'm sure there's other campgrounds you could go. Why did you go to this place? That's my question. Very good point.
In a dead zone. She was able to call 911 while Vernal hopped in his truck, went down the path. But that's when he turned back around and came back up here and said, we haven't looked hard enough. And you can overhear him when she's on the phone with 911. You can overhear him you can overhear him in the background talking with her as she is on the phone with dispatch.
14:28, 4 seconds, July 10, 2015.
What's the address of your emergency?
I'm actually camping in LILLYSULLIVAN, just outside of LILLYSULLIVAN.
Uh-huh.
My 2-year-old son We can't find him.
What's your name?
Jessica
Jessica who?
Mitchell.
How long has he been missing?
About an hour.
An hour?
Yeah.
Are you by water?
Yes.
Okay, stay on the phone with me, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to put you on hold. John? I need... Do you know which campground you're in? What?
Timber Creek.
Pardon me?
It's Stone Reservoir, Timber Creek.
Stone.
See, this call has always bothered me. The tone of her voice, the sound of her voice. Something just don't sound. It doesn't sound like this child's missing. Maybe it's me. Maybe I don't know. Something don't sound right.
Reservoir?
Yeah, or Timber Creek.
Hold on. We need search and rescue. Jessica? Jessica?
Yeah.
What's your son's name? What is it?
Deorr. O-R-R.
What's his first name?
That's his first name. Deorr.
Oh. B-O-R-R?
O-R.
Just O-R-R? Okay. What is he wearing?
He was wearing cowboy boots, a blue pair, like pajama pants, and a camel jacket. And he's got shaggy blonde hair.
How tall is he? Hello?
I'm not exactly sure how. He's about.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Is your husband calling too?
Like all down where
She sounds real distracted.
Okay. Hang on. Do you know how far outside of Ludlow you are? What?
It's the turnoff right after like the general store, the post office, and Ludlow, and then it's at Timber Creek.
Is it going over the pass?
If you're in Ludlow and you're at the like gas station, you take the street on the left-hand side, right across the street from the gas station, and go straight up that street.
Is it a paved road?
No.
Okay, if you're heading towards Leonard, you take a right on the street across the street from the gas station.
It would be a left.
A left.
Yeah. And there's a sign that says like Timber Creek and
Okay,
stuff like that.
And you're gonna like from Idaho Falls.
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on just a second. She said you take a left on the street just past the gas station as you're coming in from Idaho Falls, and it says Timber Creek.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we need you to stay within cell service. We've got people going on the way.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. And you keep us updated with anything that's going on, okay?
Okay.
All right. Don't go away from cell service.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Jessica.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
From there, the family made their way back down to the picnic table area. That's when search and rescue crews arrived and searched every inch of this campground and the surrounding area. Now today we're up here and there's tents. You can see there's 5 or 6 different tents here with coolers. There are people camping, enjoying the week. But at the time, the family, Jessica, Vernal, Deorr, Bob, and Isaac, they were the only people here on this particular campsite. There was another camping party up over this hill on the upper campsite, but on that weekend, there weren't as many tents around as there are today. So just down the hill from the campsite, you can see there's a creek. There's actually a fork right here where the water comes together. On the day that Deorr went missing, the water was much higher than it is today. And search and rescue crew members, they got on their hands, on their knees, on their feet, and they actually crawled through the water looking for any sign of Deorr. So you can see behind me, this is the reservoir where the focus of the search was pretty intense those first few days. It's pretty large. It's right above the campsite. The water is pretty clear. In fact, just looking from where we're at, I'm pretty sure you can see the bottom or you can see most of it. So it would be easy to see from the sky. Again, they had divers in there on their hands and on their feet and on their knees. They had poles that they were using to prod into the water, and no sign of Deorr was found inside this reservoir. Now, a few days after Deorr vanished, the dogs, the cadaver dogs, did hit on this reservoir. That's because someone unknowingly dumped a bunch of cremains into the water. Well, they knew they were doing it, but what they didn't know is that a 2-year-old was missing, and that's why the dogs hit on this reservoir early on. But it turns out those were human cremains that a person came forward and said that they dumped some ashes in there and that it was not, unfortunately, it was not Deorr.
All right. Thank you, Molly. One moment here, guys. One moment. Hold on. Thanks for that, Molly. Much appreciated. Okay, hold on, folks. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this other stuff together. Where is it now? Bear with me. Hold on. Hold on. All right, so this was an interview with Vernal's dad, his father, after the fact, that East Idaho News did, just to give you guys a little insight from everybody.
First of all, what was your reaction when you heard the news this morning?
I think you can tell by my reaction right now what my reaction was. It was completely off the wall. We did not expect this. We were not told anything about it. We knew nothing about this till we saw it on your news. Nothing. And I am very, very uptight about it. I'm very upset about the fact that they have released something like this, which is going to turn people against my family. They have no right to do this. They had no right.
It sounds like the sheriff is pretty confident that Jessica and Deorr were involved, but you don't believe that's the case.
They have no evidence. They have not shown me one bit of evidence to support anything. Nothing. And until they give me something besides words as evidence, I want them to shut up.
Why do you think they're pointing the finger at your son and his girlfriend?
Well, because first off, the parents are the first ones they always point fingers at on cases like this. I think that they are just tired of this case. They have nowhere to go with it, and they just want to close it, and they want to put my son and Jessica in prison for something they have not done. That little boy loved Jessica and my son with all his heart, and they loved him. They've never done any physical abuse to him. They're coming off with things that are not right, and they're not. I feel that they're not going to look any further than what they're looking at right now. They're going to try and convict my son and Jessica of this.
It sounds like you're saying your son and Jessica didn't have anything to do with it.
Well, I don't believe
Exactly,
it.
SRB.
I know my son. I know my son. He is not a monster. He could not have done any harm to that boy, even if it was an accident. Hypothetically, if an accident would have happened up there and the boy was injured very badly, the thought would have never entered his mind to dig a hole, put the boy in it, and walk away. That is totally asinine. He would have thrown that boy in a truck and gone down for help. The only one on purpose that could have done it is a relative and his friend. And they have totally not looked at them at all, in my opinion. I know they haven't. Not like they have these two kids.
Is there anything else you want the public to know?
Please don't judge things by what they're saying right now. Let law enforcement come up with their evidence, which they have none. That's why they can't come up with any. They're just wanting to bury this. Please give these two kids air. Please don't condemn these two kids by what they have said, what you guys have said today. Don't condemn them.
I believe this was one of the first initial interviews with Isaac, as compared to the one we saw from 5 years, and see if there's a difference here.
A few days ago, one of our producers made contact with Isaac Reinwand. He's the man who was camping with the Kunz family up in LILLYSULLIVAN the day Deorr disappeared. Reinwand told us he wanted to share his story and speak publicly for the first time about what happened up on that mountain. So last night, my producer, Stephen Rockefeller, and I sat down with Reinwand. Nothing was off limits, but there were topics that Reinwand's attorney and law enforcement asked him not to speak about. We respect that. And now here's that entire unedited interview with Isaac Reinwand.
I agree, SRB.
What have the last 6-7 months been like for you, Isaac?
Really boring, kind of quiet. Not a whole lot to do in Idle Falls.
What have your thoughts been over the past, I guess, today and yesterday when the sheriff released the new information?
At first, I was kind of sketchy about talking to anybody, but then, the way the social media has been and everything, I thought, if I talk to the police and everything, maybe everything will cool down a little bit. Maybe they'll get closer to solving this case.
Were you surprised that the parents were named as suspects?
Yeah, actually, I kind of was a little bit.
Why is that?
It's just, it's because of all the theories and everything that's been going around. It doesn't feel like or seem like anybody knows what's going on.
Well, a lot of people thought that you were involved.
Yeah, that I am aware of.
What would you say to those people that think you somehow had something to do with his disappearance?
I'd say just, a lot of people, they don't know me. So
good point, Molly.
The unknown is scary, So what they don't know, people are afraid of. So I just have to say, just because a person looks some way, you shouldn't judge them just because of how they look.
What do you remember what happened up there?
I don't want to comment on that.
Do you remember the last time you saw little Deorr?
No comment.
Okay, but he was up there.
Yes, that he was.
He was up there. You saw him. You know he was there.
Yes.
And after he went missing, what was it like up there? I mean, I'm sure that all the search and rescue crews showed up to look for him, and then the volunteers showed up. Did you think he'd be found quickly and you'd be able to head on home?
That's what I was figuring, that he'd be found, yes.
And then when he wasn't, and days turned into weeks, into months, what went through your mind?
I thought maybe he was abducted, or I didn't really know what to think.
Mm-hmm. But you had nothing to do with it.
Exactly.
Do you know anything as far as Robert Walton, the grandfather?
All I can say about Robert Walton is he's always been a good friend to me, and we've gone fishing on fishing trips many occasions, camping. So.
And you guys met before all of this took place, right?
That's correct.
And are you still friends today?
I haven't heard from Walton all winter long.
Mm. Have you heard how his health's doing? We heard it's not doing very well.
That's what I've heard. I heard he's on oxygen. So.
Do you think that how has this experience kind of changed your life? Has it?
A little. I'm a little bit more, I try to be a little bit more skeptic about what's going on around me and the public. It's just people can change at the blink of an eye, and you don't even realize until it's too late.
Did you lose any friends over this?
I'm sure I have, but right at this point, I'm not sure who. That's something I'm going to have to figure out down the road.
Do you have any idea where Deorr could be?
I do not.
I guess you're hoping he's found.
Yes, I am.
A lot of people have these theories that you, like I said, that you had something to do with it, that you're the man behind this.
I generally try to be nice to everybody, try to be a good guy, try to help people out as much as I possibly can. If somebody's in a bind and they need a place to stay for a day or a couple of days, I try helping people out with that too. I fix bicycles and on the side, and I give them away, and so I generally just try to be a good person to everybody.
So we're hearing from you for the first time. Is there a reason you've wanted to be quiet?
It was mostly just because of how the social media was reacting, and my attorney, my lawyer, always said that it might be better not to say anything until they know exactly what's going on in the case.
Any idea where it goes from here?
Hopefully they can. I'm gathering they'll be able to solve this case within the next week, the next month, and we can all put this behind us and move on.
Are Jessica and Deorr your friends? Did you know them before all this?
No, I did not.
And so you really only spent a couple hours with them once you got up there?
More like a couple days.
Couple days, all right.
Where were you when you first heard that someone was missing? Like, what were you doing? And what was going through your mind as soon as you heard that?
Were you fishing?
Was I fishing?
Yeah, were you downstream when you heard?
Yeah, I'm not supposed to disclose any information still. I've been asked not to.
I guess that will all come out in court.
Exactly.
How has it been knowing in your mind what you know, what police have told you, and not being able to tell anyone? I mean, have you kind of been saying, why is everybody picking on me?
I felt that kind of way. And then I thought too, it's just because the way the media sees it and everything, looks like I haven't been cooperative with the police, and they don't know what's going on.
But that's not true, you're saying?
Right.
If Deorr and Jessica were arrested today, what would you say?
I said I would really be surprised, because I wouldn't think somebody like those two would do something like that,
So all along you thought they didn't really have anything to do with it either?
Right. I thought maybe, he got abducted or a wolf or something might have drug him off. That's what my opinion is.
Did they ask you to have a story? Did Deorr or Jessica coach you?
No, they did not.
So they just came back and said he's missing. Search and rescue shows up, and you're doing your thing. Did we miss anything? Anything you want to say?
No, there's nothing else that I would like to say. I'm good.
See, to me, there is no way.
Mr. Klein, thank you for joining us today.
So this was what the PI Klein said during that interview 9 years ago, guys, and it's a little different. He comes right out with it. So
Last night you announced that you had finished the third phase of your investigation. What exactly does that mean?
There are 3 phases to this investigation so far. First, we wanted to start this investigation from the ground up. We didn't want to influence from law enforcement. We didn't want influence from family. We didn't want influence from anybody. All we knew is there was 4 people on a mountain, a child went missing, okay? So what we did was we went back and we rebuilt this case from ground zero out. And we interviewed probably over 150 witnesses, followed up on, I think it's 300 tips. We have declared it now an accidental death / homicide. That's what we suspect. And we base it on a few things. And I want to go over those things very clearly, Nate, because I'm giving you this exclusive interview, and I want to make sure that it gets out to the public because there's a lot of public conjecture at this point. I want to announce for the first time that we, law enforcement and the FBI, has interviewed Vernal Kunz, the father of Deorr, 9 times. He's been given 9 interviews. None of the stories he has told has matched or has even been verified. And that is very disturbing for us as investigators. He's given us a story. He's given us a timeline. When we go out and we try to prove up or actually just basically prove up simple things in the timeline, it falls apart, and it falls apart quickly.
Can you give us some examples of those inconsistencies?
Sure, I can. Let me go through this, and I'll do that for you. We can't even match simple things like filling up with gas at a local store, a diesel store, up in LILLYSULLIVAN on the day of the event, where he clearly says that the gentleman who was pumping the gas actually saw the child. Well, we interviewed the guy that was supposedly had seen the child, and he clearly comes back and says, I don't remember seeing a child. Could have been there, but no. Simple things like a dog in the back of the pickup truck or in the back seat. There was no dog. I mean, these little things that investigators look at as simple things, Vernal has not been able to verify or not verify with us. She's given 5 interviews to law enforcement. None of the stories she's told us is matched. In fact, she changes her story depending upon what day it is and what day we talk to her. And so that's very, very disturbing to us. We can't even verify basic information that Vernal tells us, and then she tells us at the same time she's supposed to be there, and neither of their stories match. And it's not even close, as a matter of fact. So that bothers us tremendously. Eyewitnesses that we've talked to that they have listed, from guys who distribute the beer to the clerk at the store to the person that pumped the gas to the basic timeline information. They tell Vernal and Jessica tell us one story, but then the witnesses say, no, that never happened. Here's what did happen. And no, we never saw a child. So we take all of that and we come back to them with, okay, tell us what really happened here, because all these witnesses you have given us, they don't match. And so they tell us the story. And again, we say, okay, we just go into shock trauma, that you're very shocked, you're traumatized. We go out and we go out again. And we try to re-verify with different witnesses this time. In some cases, some of them are going, we don't even know who these people are. What are you talking about? And not only that, but it comes down to simple things like, oh, they played with Deorr at the store. Well, we talked to the witnesses before and after who purchased items. They didn't even see a child. They didn't play with a child. It brings concern to us and brings us to the question of, why would they lie to us? Why would they not just tell us the truth? We add that into Vernal going in for 5 polygraph tests. 5 polygraph tests from different polygraph test administrators, state, local, and federal government. And the bottom line to that is Vernal not only failed all 5, he failed all 5 in the 99th percentile. And that is hugely disturbing to us. He can't even pass.
Okay, that's a big problem. I know they're not admissible in courts, guys, but to fail every one of them in the 99th percentile is a big problem to me, okay? Good God, I didn't know that.
A non-control question, are you going to tell us the truth today? He flunks it. And not only does he flunk it, he doesn't just spike in his polygraph test, it's like a wave. So that disturbs us tremendously. Then we move to Jessica, and we give Jessica 4 different tests. Law enforcement does. And Jessica fails not only to the 99th percentile, but she can't even pass simple control questions. And that's not because she's nervous. She's able to pass her name. She's able to pass where she is today. She's able to pass the certain questions that are no-brainer questions, but you even come close to what happened to Deorr, or are you going to tell the truth today? And she fails so bad. In my 26 years, I've never heard of a person failing that bad. Actually fourth, today we're going to...
No. Vernal is the... No, SRB. Vernal is the father of Deorr, not the grandfather, the father. He's young. His mind's fine. These are the 2 parents, the mother and father. And they both failed in the 99th percentile horribly. All 5 of them. There's no way in hell. No way in hell. Come on. If your story is real and it's true, and you're answering even a simple question, are you going to tell the truth today, and you fail that one? Come on. That's insane.
Announced today that there was a cadaver dog interaction with certain equipment at the site, and that cadaver dog did hit positive. I can't go any further than that, other than to say that we do have a cadaver dog that did hit in the initial 2 weeks of the primary investigation.
It's okay.
And this wasn't up at the reservoir concerning the cremains, was it?
I'm not going to discuss where it was or the circumstances around it, because it will be an integral part of the prosecution.
No. It's okay. I understand. I got you.
And I don't want to hurt the prosecution, but a cadaver dog did hit. And that has never been announced before. We're announcing it today because we feel the public needs to know. Let's continue for just a couple of minutes. And I am going to announce to you today that Jessica herself has told investigators on our team she knows where the body is, but she will not go all the way and finish her story. This has been very disturbing to us. We have attempted to work with Jessica tremendously. We have offered to fly her to Texas to give her the opportunity to get away from Idaho because she's scared of some situations. Of what, I don't know. I believe some of it is paranoia that is set into her.
So she verbally, that's what she was trying to say. She went back on that. I remember when this came out that she told them she knows where his body is, but then backed out of it at some point. So take it for what it is, guys. I don't know what to say. I'm telling you, I have my thoughts on this, but it's definitely not the grandfather and or Isaac. It never has been.
At this point, because she knows the walls are closing in around her. But I will announce today that Jessica herself has told all.
He is retired. I think he was a marshal too. I think he's a PI now, but he was a marshal, I believe. I think he was some kind of a law enforcement officer, but he's a PI now. He's got a whole team and crew that works with him.
Our investigators that she knows where the body is, and she's not going to go all the way and say anymore. That is a huge piece of evidence.
The sheriff, the initial sheriff, I can't think of the dude, the guy with the mustache. He has validated a lot of this stuff that this guy's saying too. They work together. So the sheriff that was initially on the case, God, what is his name, Molly? The original guy. No, because they couldn't get her to finish the statement, Lisa. That was why I guess she wasn't arrested, because I questioned that back then too. But they couldn't get her to finish the statement, so they had nothing to hold it on. She made the statement she made, from my understanding, and then something about an attorney or something, the way the question was asked or something, said no, and they backed away from it. So just saying. Yeah, the sheriff, he validated a lot of what this guy said, because the two were working on it together with I believe the FBI as well. So that's what they've been waiting on. And then there was a press conference at one time, I was looking for it and I can't find it, where they came forward, the sheriff's department, as well as this guy and a member from the FBI, and said that they do believe that the parents are full-blown suspects at this point. This was years ago. What the hell is his name? Driving me nuts. But anyway, sorry, I'll let him finish and then we'll talk.
In this case, we are very, very concerned about it. We've asked Jessica privately, and now we're asking Jessica publicly to come in and tell law enforcement and tell us the real story of what happened. Also today, we are willing to announce today that in our interviews with the grandfather, he did admit to investigators there was an accident. He believes there was an accident. He will not go all the way and tell the complete truth of the story at this time. However, we are willing to announce, as we announced yesterday, that Isaac Renoir has given us some statements. We are currently vetting those statements and those proffers at this time. And as soon as we're done vetting those proffers, and as soon as we are done vetting what he has told us in his interviews, we may have a further announcement at that time.
This one is Philip Klein. Mashburn is the new one. But the sheriff is the name I forgot. That's the name I can't remember. We saw him in the interview. The guy looked like he was about to cry over this, because he knows, he said. He knows. They did a private interview with him too, and he said, I know who did this. I know what happened. Nope, that was the other PI that quit too. Molly, Frank Bilt. What the hell's the sheriff's name? Hold on. All right, sorry guys. This one has really, like, on a normal circumstance, I would be like, okay, so they're just pointing here and they're not really, they have way too much information and evidence pointing at the parents at this point and different things. See, I thought for a while there that maybe the child didn't make it up there. Today was the first day listening to Klein's new interview, when he actually came out and stated that they believe that the child was run over by the truck, put into the cooler, and taken to the dumpster. They wouldn't say that before. So this is where the story goes. Like I said, that she seems to know it. Now, it was Steve Penner. That's it. Thank you. God, that drove me nuts. He has said that he vetted everything that Klein has said. He absolutely agreed with Klein. Two of these investigators quit on them because they got information, both of them, Frank Bilt and this guy here, Klein, that points at the parents. And when they approached the parents fired him and his team, which he's a very well-renowned attorney, or I'm sorry, PI, from my understanding when I looked into him before. A lot of people like him. A lot of people don't like him because he's very forward and just in your face, but whatever. And then the Frank Bilt was a U.S. Marshal, retired. He has a very good reputation as well. He quit too. Steve Penner, the sheriff, very well renowned. I mean, these people are all good people, you know what I'm saying? So, and they have good credibility. That's what I was trying to say. Anyway, I just don't know. I watched the interview with the parents, both of them, and they do seem genuine. Okay, especially the father, but Jessica, I always had a weird feeling from her. And there was a couple interviews that I couldn't find them unless they took them down, where she was just being nasty and just rude, mean, saying some things she shouldn't say. So maybe that's why they're taken down. I don't know, but I don't know, guys. I don't have absolute proof, but I feel very strongly that what this guy is saying makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, he doesn't sugarcoat anything. He's real with you. He comes out and he puts it the way it is, and that's that. And so, yeah. I don't know. It's hard to say, but I feel comfortable with what they're saying. I have for a while. And I definitely don't like, because that was the one interview that Jessica gave. She went nuts and blamed her grandfather, called him a piece of shit and a worthless person and all this other stuff. The man's got dementia, mind you. He's bad health. He's got cancer, renal failure, all sorts of things going on. And like I said, he died feeling guilty about this. He doesn't remember from one minute to the next. They should have never left him alone if this was true. If that story was true, you don't leave a 2-year-old child with this guy. You can't get up and chase him. And I don't believe it happened that way. I just don't. Excuse me, sorry.
Or at that time, I think it would probably come from law enforcement. When Jessica says she knows where the body is, has she given you any suggestions or tips as to where that could be? She has broke down in an interview with us. I understand that she has broke down in an interview with law enforcement and has let them all know that she does know, in fact, where the body is. Could she be criminally charged now that she's said that? I'm a civil investigator at this point. I see a lot of problems for Jessica and Vernal. First of all, lying to federal agents. They have done extensive interviews with the FBI and the task force. The story they gave them can't even be closely vetted. I can't even closely be told the truth. If it was an accident to which, we're split on our team, we're definitely not split on there was a death. We're split on our team whether or not it was an intentional homicide or whether or not it was an accident. I'm tending to lean towards it was an accident, but there would be some laws regarding what they did with the body, not reporting an accident, those sort of things. We're publicly asking Vernal and we're publicly asking Jessica and we're publicly asking Jessica's grandfather, Bob, to just let's bring this to an end. That's enough. I mean, enough of lying, enough of trying to mislead investigators, enough of getting on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and all these things and trying to mislead the public. I'm just very frustrated with Vernal. I'm very frustrated with Jessica. I'm very frustrated with their inability to tell the truth. I'm frustrated with them trying to mislead investigators, not only on our side, but FBI, who you don't mess with. I mean, I'm just warning you right now. When an FBI agent asks you a question, you be honest. If you don't know, say, I don't know. And they're giving the FBI some rabbit trails. And then, of course, to the fine people in Bonneville County and Limhi County and how they are stuck in the middle of this, trying to just get them.
Don't get me wrong, guys. It's not always the parents by any means. Hold on, folks.
To tell the truth.
Yeah, I don't like to blame parents all the time. I don't want that to be the thing. And I don't, unless there's something pointing at it, because that does happen a lot. Parents do get blamed a lot, in a lot of different cases. I think even with the Michael Vaughn case, they looked at the parents at some point, even though I've never believed, never. There's nothing that points to them at all, but they did. Don and Candace Wells were blamed because of their lifestyles. These two were blamed, but these two gave reason, in my opinion, to be blamed. In a lot of these cases, they look just like in a domestic case. They where a husband and wife, something happens to one of them, they look at the spouse automatically. That's just how it works. The people closest to who, So the problem with the grandfather, if they have a statement from him before he died, I hope they do. That plays into what may come out of this. That's the only way it's going to exist. Okay. So that's something to remember too. Yeah, they definitely needed to leave them alone. Exactly, SRB, 100%. Not that, no, because they were together that we knew of. We don't know the dynamics of what was going on in the family at the time that this happened. But right after, they seemed okay with each other. They stayed together for a little while, and then, like what happens in a lot of cases, they split up. She was remarried there shortly after. He moved off to another area. So was this something that was going on during the marriage and before he went missing? I don't know. But they were together at the time, and they seemed like they were supporting each other. Okay, that's all I can tell you for that. Once again, we don't know what goes on behind closed doors.
So when investigators confront them about these inconsistencies, do they double down or does their story change again?
Well, the story changes. I mean, they don't ever double down. They just, oh, well, I forgot that part. Yeah, well, maybe he didn't see it. Well, then why'd you tell me in the first place? Well, because, well, I don't know. It goes off into a world that, you can't be dumb all the time. I mean, this is you can't act like you're dumb all the time. You know what happened. You were there. You were with the child. I mean, even things in the timeline, such as where was the blanket? Where was the sippy cup?
Yeah, the Dylan Eller, I never thought the parents were involved. Never. Even though they were accused. They were for sure. The mother and the father both were accused. I never thought they were involved. If anybody in that circular group of people that should have been looked at, it all would have been the grandmother, and I still don't think she had anything to do with it personally. That's just me, though. Yeah, but they gave the truck away afterwards. That's why I think it's believed why they got onto the fact that he was run over by the truck, possibly. And I never, ever, ever thought Brandy had anything to do with Michael's. Never. I don't know. I can't understand how anybody ever would. She was, she's an amazing mother. An amazing mother. Absolutely amazing. So, yeah. Right. Never. But see, that's the thing is, these two, their stories changed every time they were interviewed. Every time. And Molly, I know, I don't know what all you know about Jessica, Molly, like how well you know of her. But as a person, you know what I mean? If you can like play to that at all, do you have any way to explain how well you know her person and what you think of her and how she would react in something like this, or if it could be possible that she could be responsible for something like this? Are you able to say anything like that or no? Yeah, never ever. They never put anything forward out there to me to ever think they could have done anything. They were amazing parents as far as I'm concerned. Still are. Brandy's an amazing person. That's what I thought. Okay, no problem. I was just asking. But I know how you feel about certain things, so that'll tell me what I need to know.
Where was it? Nobody can tell the truth. And quite frankly, their stories all break down at 8 o'clock in the morning. The only time their stories are true and correct and we can verify is that when the night before and that evening, and then after the 911 call, everything can be verified. However, between 8 o'clock in the morning and 1:26 in the afternoon, 2:26 in the afternoon, I'm sorry, when the 911 call was made, we can't verify anything. I mean, nothing, zero. I mean, donut hole.
Philip, where does the case go from here?
We're going to phase 4. Phase 4 of this case is the actual ground hunt. We know an area that we will be coming into. I understand you guys are having an early thaw this year, which is great. We will probably be up there with different teams within the next 30 days. We do have those places that we're going to hunt under surveillance. We're watching those areas to make sure nobody comes in or nobody comes out of those areas. And if they do, who are they? And what did they take out of that area?
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
The people of Idaho Falls and Lehigh County should be absolutely ecstatic with their law enforcement, from the FBI to the sheriff's departments, the investigators that we've been sometimes up till late in the morning working on this case with. These guys are dedicated people. On behalf of my 9 investigators on my team, from Georgia to Florida to Texas to Idaho, I just like to say thank you to the people of Idaho. I mostly hope that Vernal and Jessica and their families take a step back. They have been very protective over them. They are in denial. The other thing I want to say is that you must understand that Vernal's family and Jessica.
Molly, this was 9 years ago. You don't have to worry about it this year. This was back the year after it happened.
Jessica's family, they are innocent in this. They are just doing what family members do. They're trying to circle around their loved ones. They're in denial at this point, is my belief. They are in denial, and they need to come out of denial. This is a very, very, very serious situation.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Klein, for joining us.
Okay. So, oh wait, was there one more? Oh man, yeah, there was a second part to this. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Saturday morning that got a lot of people talking. You have basically kind of narrowed down your investigation.
Right. Well, to give you a little base history on it, what we did was we came into this case what we call cold. That means we didn't discuss our case with law enforcement. We didn't discuss it with anyone. We came in knowing only that there were 4 people on a mountain and a child had disappeared. So what we did was we started to recreate this case all the way from the beginning. So there were 3 theories that we had come up with in the beginning. First, that a possibility that there had been an animal that had possibly gotten the child and killed the child. Second was that it possibly could have been an abduction situation, what we call forced abduction.
And just so everybody knows, as far as an abduction goes, on top of that mountain, there's one road that goes in to get up there and one road that goes out. There's no other way to get up or down off that mountain. If you're walking up and down the mountain carrying a baby, good luck. That thing was steep. It was a big area, there's only one way in and out. They would have been seen, and there was no other vehicles seen at that time, no other people. They were completely alone at the top of that mountaintop there, which is another suspicious thing to me. I'm just saying, but that's just my opinion. I didn't even think about them at first until these other things started coming out, and my stomach got a little funky, just like you're saying over here. Right. That's the whole different. Now, if you got somebody that lives in the mountains, that's, wrong term type shit, maybe, who knows? I don't know, but they scoured, and I mean scoured. Molly can verify this. They were all over that damn mountain with helicopters and 4-wheelers and people and so many different people. Nobody found a damn thing. Yeah, Mr. Steve looked into this one too, and it's all leaning in the same direction, guys. The same direction at these 2 parents. It's sad, but I mean, it is what it is. So.
Or third, it could have been a possible homicide. So what we did was we began to build this case back up. We built the case from the ground level. We've now done over 80 interviews, 500 man-hours of investigation, countless statements, sworn statements. And what we've come up with simply is this. Number 1, there was not an animal that took the child in this situation. Number 2, there was no forced abduction. This includes the Black Rubicon. We can find no corroborating statements. We can find no corroborating witnesses. We can find nothing that can corroborate this. So we are absolutely beyond a reasonable doubt sure that this is not an abduction case. So that leaves us with one last possible theory, that the child could have died up on the mountain either accidentally or possibly with intent. And so now we are sinking our teeth into that part of the case, and we're developing that part of the case.
So either way, it sounds like you're saying Deorr is not alive.
It's our firm's belief and our team's belief in the 9 investigators that are involved in this case that we do not believe Deorr Kunz is alive.
Where do you guys go from here?
Well, where we go from here is pretty simple. We continually developing our case regarding the 2 possible issues. Number 1, that an accident happened up there, and the kid being Deorr is possibly still up there in the situation that he just was missed. The second is that there was an intended removal of the body from that area.
Our concern continues to be, as we have visited with a lot of the first responders that were there that day and witnesses that were there that day for the first hour of the child missing or the case missing, that none of the dogs were able to hit on any scent. We're concerned with that. We are also concerned with some other information that from folks that have come forward regarding axillary issues up on the mountain that day. And so what we are going to do is we're going to totally focus on those witnesses and those leads. And we still have, I'd say 5, maybe 6 really good active leads still working. I think that there's going to have to be a recreation again of that day. This time, I think all the forces coming together, recreating that day. And what I mean by forces is I mean that we are actively working with our information and providing it to law enforcement. We've met with law enforcement. I believe we're all on the same page on this. I think
I believe I've seen it. I'm trying to remember what it was. It's been a long time since I've seen it, so I'll find it for you, SRB. Don't worry about it.
witnesses are going to have to be brought back in and re-interviewed. And I believe that law enforcement has begun that process. At this point, we will be coming back up to Idaho very, very, very shortly, and we will be redoing those. So, the focus now is on the 4 folks that were up there that day. We're not blaming anybody. We're not accusing anybody. Now it's time for us to focus on those 4 people, and let's get to the bottom of this thing.
Are you expecting a big break here soon?
I don't know about a big break. I think it will happen faster than I think we even thought. I think the investigators are, we're never happy with a case like this, but I think we're satisfied that the case is moving faster than we thought it would move. I think we are focused on the incident of that day, the timeline. There are some things that match, some things that don't match. And so I think we go back through now that timeline and we try to piece together that day.
Have you ever seen a case like this in your professional experience?
Well, our firm's done over 900 missing children's cases, and we've been successful.
Sounds good.
At,
Nothing half-assed.
Over 90% of those cases. And so this is kind of one of those cases that matches a few that we've done before, but there are some elements to this case that right when you think you've seen it all, you haven't. And I would probably classify this case as being one of those where we thought we'd seen it all, but now, it's a little bit different. I think there's a lot of why questions that need to be asked. I think we know how. We're just trying to figure out why. And I think that's where this case is.
Have all of the 4 people up there you mentioned?
Thank you, dear. Appreciate
they all
it.
been cooperating with you?
I would say 3 have been cooperative. There is one that has hired legal counsel, and we have been unable to interview him, and that would be Isaac Renwald. I think it's been very public that he has hired counsel, and that's his right under the law.
And just that was oh my God, he was being harassed horribly because everybody blamed it on him. The parents blamed it on him and her grandfather, and he was really being harassed, death threats, all sorts of things. And they told him to go get an attorney. And because he wasn't understanding a lot of stuff, the attorney, it was a good idea because he probably would have signed something or said something he shouldn't have. You know what I mean? And I'm glad he did because they were really, really hard on him for a while. The whole town was beating him down and just like that. It was sad. It was sad to watch him go through that. I think that's how he ended up with meeting his wife, which is good. Yeah, he's definitely had an attorney since, and that's the best thing he needs to do.
We have tried to make contact with his counsel. He has not returned our phone calls.
We have tried the opportunity of going to Isaac's home and visiting with him before we knew he was represented by counsel, and tried to visit with him, and he declined to interview with us, although he did say that he would be willing to come interview with us with his counsel present, but his counsel has made the decision not to let him make any statements at this time. The other three folks that were up there, being the mom and dad and the grandfather, have all given us sworn statements, and we're analyzing those now. And so that's kind of where we are.
There are thousands of people intrigued by this case all over the world. It's bigger than just an East Idaho case. Is there anything you want all of those people to know?
Well, what I'd say to the folks out there in the social media world is that we realize this is a very emotional case. I mean, you look at that little boy's face, and I'm not gonna lie to you, and I'm not gonna tell you that there hasn't been in this room that I sit right now, which is what we call the war room, where we have everything set up and we're working very hard on this case. There have not been some tears shed in this room by some very seasoned investigators. Both male and female. And I would probably send the message to this: stop the conjecture, stop the rumors, be good citizens, ask your questions. We'll answer as we can on social media. We don't just sit there on social media and watch it. If we have something to say, pretty much everybody will be there to be able to hear it. If you know something, say something. We've had some excellent tips on social media, and I mean some really good ones. So we're very proud of the social media crowd, but we're asking everybody just to take a breath and take a step back. This is about a little boy, and this is about the family of this little boy, and this is about the city of LILLYSULLIVAN and Idaho Falls and the state of Idaho. And this is about the United States of America and how something like this can happen. Folks, it happens every day of the week. This is not our only missing child case, and this is not the only possible accidental or intended case. So take a step back, take a breath, and realize before you hit the button that posts it for the world to see, that you take just simply a breath and think about your words and reread your words, because words mean things and it hurts sometimes. I realize that there's a lot of people out there in the social media world that simply wants us to come in and think we're Superman and can come in with our white capes and solve this situation immediately. This is a 6-month case. We've been involved now 7 weeks, and I feel we've moved the case along. Law enforcement is doing a bang-up job, from the FBI in Idaho Falls all the way to Quantico at the headquarters. I can't say enough about the sheriff up there in LILLYSULLIVAN. I cannot say enough about the sheriff in Idaho Falls and the great job their team is doing, and the dedication of these men and women in this case on all sides. We're getting there. We promise you we're getting there. This is a very solvable case. We will get there, but you must understand that this case is now going to a prosecutorial phase very quickly, and we need to do it right. We need to do it right for the citizens of Idaho. We need to do it right for the victim, most importantly, which is Deorr, and the family. We need to do this right. And we need to give you answers. We realize we need to give you answers. We will give you answers, but please just give us a little bit of room to do our work. We'll get there. We promise. It may not be as fast as you want it to be, but we will get there. And again, we're dedicated to this case. All the rumors that we're going to leave or we're going to leave this case is absolutely just debunked. All of these rumors that there's going to be arrests like this weekend or in the next few days is just debunked. We have some work to do. Law enforcement has work to do. Prosecutors have some work to do, and we have some work to do. So let us do our work, and we'll bring you the answers to your questions.
Mr. Klein, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
All right, so this is the sheriff himself giving his interview.
You kind of give us a timeline as to when the family arrived and what proceeded.
Well, the family, from what I understand, that we learned during the investigation, arrived the evening prior to July 10th, sometime fairly close to dark on Thursday, July 9th. And then they went to town in Deorr, and upon returning, they supposedly thought they were turning their child over to their grandfather, the child's great-grandfather. They went down to the creek, which was right next to the campground, and within 10 to 15 minutes, they go up to find their child to show him some fish in the stream, and he's nowhere to be found. And grandfather assumes he's gone down to them because he was within their line of sight and wasn't too far from the campground. They started their initial search and eventually called 911 when they realized they couldn't find the child.
Where was Mr. Renwand during all of this?
He was in the same general proximity. The creek is just over the bank. He's downstream, they're upstream. They're all within probably 100 to 150 feet of each other.
Very close proximity.
Very close.
So they call 911, you guys arrive and begin searching.
Correct.
And at this point, were their vehicles searched, the tents? I guess everything out there was probably searched.
We did I think a very thorough investigation. We took 2 initial track dogs in, one of them being mine and one being Salmon Police Department. They're trained to search for people who are lost. They were given a scent. They went from the campground up to the reservoir and then back to the campground. And we searched everywhere a small child could easily hide or climb into or fall into.
And nothing.
And we found absolutely nothing.
Talk a little bit about the cremains that were dumped into because the dogs were getting a scent,
Right.
weren't they?
Unbeknownst to us, while we were doing our grid search, someone came in and wanted to deposit cremains of a loved one at that site. And I'm assuming it's a favorite site of their loved one. And without thinking, they deposited these cremains, not realizing they were in the middle of a crime scene and what it would do. Within a couple days, our dogs are telling us we need to spend more time up at the reservoir. And so we dove it for 2 or 3 more days and put side scan sonar. And then we found out from one of our BLM rangers that they stopped this individual coming out and were informed that they had deposited some cremains in the reservoir.
Had Deorr been in the reservoir, his body would have been recovered by now.
We believe so. Yeah, we really believe so. Mm-hmm.
Okay. The store. Did the family go down to the store there in Deorr, and was there any surveillance captured of this boy, surveillance video?
I don't believe they have a surveillance, but we have a receipt that we've documented that they purchased certain items. They were on the receipt. The time was stamped on the receipt. And so we believe, that's where they went.
It was that Friday morning?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Do you know, did they stop any other places on their way up to Deorr?
Yeah, they stopped to get some diesel fuel.
Diesel fuel.
Yeah.
Any surveillance video at that gas
No.
station? No. Okay.
I'd be surprised if there's a camera anywhere in Deorr.
Well, yeah,
it's a real small
remote.
community. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so as far as the private investigator told us a few days ago that Jessica said that there was an older gentleman that may have been staring at Deorr. Have you heard anything about that?
Just the report. I don't know that we confirmed who that individual is, but if we had to go look for everybody that stared at you personally or anybody for any type of crime, it'd be a pretty difficult undertaking, to check those stories out. But yes, we have heard that information.
How much of the area up there was searched? It was, you guys searched for 2-3 weeks, didn't you, before you officially scaled back?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's almost a 3-mile radius.
And no sign.
Absolutely none.
Do you believe it was an abduction?
You know, personally, I think an abduction is one of the least likely events. Primarily, the information we have is Grandpa's watching the child. He tells me he looks away momentarily. When he looks back, he's gone, and he's assumed he's gone over the bank. Right where Grandpa's sitting, he's within 20 to 30 yards of the only roadway into the campground. And absolutely no one was seen at that lower campground coming or going. And when my personnel went in, nobody was seen leaving. So I think I mean, I can't completely rule it out, but it's one of the least likely things that occurred.
What can you say about Mr. Rainwand?
At this point, he's still cooperating. I'm not getting any feeling that he's not being truthful. I think he's been very truthful, and I appreciate his help. He's come up to the area on a second occasion with me, and until we find a piece of evidence or locate anything that tells me otherwise, I think he's being very truthful.
How about the parents and the grandfather?
I think all three, those three have been very cooperative. They've given us everything we've asked for, and so I feel real good about the parents and the grandfather also.
The FBI would it be correct to say they've taken over, or I guess they're working with you?
They're working with us. We've given them lots of items to analyze behaviorally, and we've given them some physical evidence. I can't go into those details, but we're basically trying to cover all of our bases, and we're looking for any clue whatsoever that might help us resolve this.
And you said Bonneville's also assisting, mainly because
Very
the
much
family
so.
lives there.
Very much so.
Can you say anything about how Isaac ended up on the trip?
I hate to go into too many details. I mean, obviously there's a relationship between him and Grandpa. I mean, they're friends. But prior to that trip, he had never met Mom or Dad.
The family says their vehicles and cars were searched, which it sounds like in any case, that would be standard operating procedure.
Even though we searched them that night, you always second guess, did we miss something? Could he have been in another compartment? Did we not search everything? So yeah, everything's been searched at least a couple times, if not more.
If you guys as a department been handling this, I mean, that's a lot of manpower and hours, and I'm sure a little bit of frustration trying to find this kid.
Oh, it's definitely been a challenge. We've got some fabulous volunteers. Our search and rescue is second to none, and they've been overwhelmed by this. We've had some issues on stress that we've had to deal with, and our office is my chief deputy has spent endless hours up there. He's climbed literally up to the top of some of the peaks up there. He's walked into some of the old dens of some of the animals that live in those areas, and he's been frantically searching for a clue, and it's been overwhelming. I mean, there's been days I've been the only patrolman on the road because all my personnel are up there working at the scene.
That was her other children she has, Annie. She gave them to custody of her other children to her other ex, their father, before they're not, had nothing to do with Deorr. So yeah.
You ruled out a wild animal. I guess, has anything been ruled out?
Absolutely nothing has been ruled out.
There could have been some interference from, a predator at some time in the scenario, whether beginning or partway through. No.
We had bears and wolves running literally through camp while we were searching.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And there's wolf dens nearby, correct? I mean,
Well, some old ones. We haven't found any fresh dens, but just over the top of the divide there is the Persimmon, and we've understood they've had some issues over there with some wolves, and they've taken out some of the wolves.
Yeah, she had an addiction issue back then, and she was fighting that, and then she was having like financial issues and so on and so forth, and knew that their father was in a better place, you know, in life, and just decided that was the best choice. And I commend her for that, knowing when to say when. So that I will say, but you know, with the rest of this, it is what it is. I mean, it seems to be what it is.
In order to eliminate the problem. So,
Where do you guys go from here?
well, we wait until we get our report from the FBI. That's going to be critical. And we're still asking the public to help us if they have any information to identify a 2.5-year-old with blonde hair. I'm not sure that's a positive thing for our office, because every 2.5-year-old with blonde hair looks just like Deorr. And so I'm asking the public if they know the family and they didn't have a 2.5-year-old prior to this time period. That's one I want to look at closely. But if it's somebody they don't know, to contact their local law enforcement and have them follow up for us, because it's just so overwhelming for our small office.
Yeah, have you guys just been bombarded with tips?
Absolutely, absolutely.
What are your thoughts about the private investigator? I guess that's just something the family's doing on their own.
Yep, totally. Kudos.
This was 9 years ago. Same as all those other interviews. They were all done at the same time, except for the new ones we watched first, SRB.
To them for, looking for more help. I can only do so much, and maybe he can turn up something that we've missed. But I think, he primarily thinks it's enough.
Now, there's been no arrests, okay? It was a good point that Alicia brought up, but because they had not gotten to the point that they're at right now until just recently, okay? The whole cooler thing and being run over by the truck type stuff, that's new. And now they are working with the landfill the dumpster that was witnessed. My understanding is there was an actual article, like a written article that I read about this yesterday. That's why I started thinking about doing this yesterday. That stated that his truck, that black truck, was witnessed near a dumpster in town at one of the times they were in town. Okay. And that, I should have probably told you this before so that you would understand all this. This is where the whole thing that Klein has come from with. Klein ran this investigation by himself after they fired him, because he knew something was wrong and he had a feeling, but he had no way to prove anything. So this is hence why there's no arresting that's been done yet. No proof of anything. And they're working on getting it now. The landfill that this dumpster was dumped in is very much organized as compared to landfills. They have everything buried in layers, okay? And everything recorded because of situations like this and things that may need to be found later at a later date or whatever. So everything's graded and buried at levels. Garbage, dirt, garbage, dirt, garbage, dirt. And they're able to go around to the spot that dumpster was dumped in 10 years ago, find it and dig in the specific layer, area, and spot where that may be. And if they find that cooler in that spot, that's when the arrest will come to play. I know, SRB, that's the whole point. It's crazy, but it's good that this landfill has that they do those types of things there, because if you remember what with Leilani Simon, when they were looking for Quentin, that took a month or so, because it was such a disorganized mess there. So yeah, they're what they're hoping to find, I believe, Annie, is that this specific cooler, as a blue cooler, I believe, they would have remains inside of it. If they find that, then they can take those remains, test them. There it is. And I think that's when you'll start to see some arrests. And that's what they're working on right now, is what Klein said. Klein is working with this guy right here to the right, and this guy to the left. So that's the plan. And I pray to God that if he's there, they find him and put him to rest the way he should be. And then the people that are responsible, whoever it ends up being, for sure, is punished. That's my hope. Because this case has driven me insane for 10 plus years, guys. It's truly driving me nuts. This was one of the first ones that I ever got really passionate about. And before I was even on YouTube, I was sitting here with notebooks, pens, pencils, and pulling my hair out because this little dude just, just saying, he deserves it. Such a beautiful little dude, beautiful little baby, and they don't deserve this. I'm so tired of seeing this stuff happen. So,
abduction, and I think that's very remote.
And as far as the lie detector test, you said you couldn't say much about.
They've all four have voluntarily taken polygraphs, and right now those have been turned over to the FBI along with the statements, and I would prefer to have them look at the reports and look at the evaluations on the polygraph to make sure we're looking at everything correctly and that we didn't miss anything.
At this point, would you feel comfortable saying something criminal happened?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all.
all right, we're not doing that. We're not doing Nancy Grace's version of this. So that's it right there, folks. I'm going to keep going with this and following this again, now that we've updated it, now that I know they're still working on it, all that fun stuff. And hopefully we'll have an answer to this, a resolution. Now, I was going to talk about some other things today, but we don't have time now. They weren't nothing as big as this, but just little updates here and there. We'll probably cover them tomorrow. Because I've had you guys in here 4 hours now, and I'm sure you're tired of it. Also, yeah, a lot of people were saying that too. They were really close to that reservoir, that big reservoir. Why would you fish in the creek if you're right there? That creek that no fish are in. That was crazy. Oh, yeah. So this is where, thank you again, Molly. Hold on. Let me get rid of this here. Yeah, I knew if Molly was here today, she'd be all over this because she was real passionate about this too. This is where they found the cremains that were dumped into the water, which is where the dog had led them to it first, right here. And that's why, because somebody had dumped somebody's ashes in here and the dog ran right to it. So, oh no, 100% SRB. It was rough, but it's 10 years and it's too much. 300-ish feet off the reservoir. Right. Thank you, Molly. Thank you again. Yeah, this was rough for me. And anybody I think that talked about it. It's always been a real touchy one. It pulls on the heartstrings for sure. Hold on. I want to make sure I have everything that she. Beautiful area, by the way. Everything in Idaho is so beautiful. Thanks, Molly, again. Yeah, and the water, like I said, it would have been real easy to see him if he was in that reservoir or was in any kind of water in that area. Because look how clear it is, you guys. You can see to the bottom. So great stuff, Molly. Thanks as always. Very helpful. Yeah, I ran that meat eating thing first. I think I covered everything in here. This was all the stuff they took into evidence. It's car seat, there's some clothing. All of this as well. Yeah, so that was everything. So thank you guys for being here for this, for sticking around. I don't know, many people may not be interested, but it is a very important case as far as I was concerned. They all are, in my opinion. Anyone thinking, oh, yeah, hold on. Hold on. Thank you, Annie. I knew there was something I had in here that I kept forgetting. 1 second. 1 second. Let's see how long it is. See if we have a few more minutes to run this too. Thank you, Annie. I'm so sorry I forgot. 1 minute. You know what? I don't have time to do this one, Annie. But we'll do a part 2 to this. maybe tomorrow, or part 1.5. We'll say that. Thank you, Annie, because I want to run this too. I know this interview. I saw this one, and this is a good one. And there's actually 2 parts to this, so we might do a second part to this. So we'll run this tomorrow. There's 2 parts to this one, by the way. I don't know if you saw it, Annie. It's a very good segment on this, and it's very interesting. So, and there's some evidence in this as well. So 100% Cabo. Are you talking about Cabo Wabo, New Mexico? If that's Cabo that I know of is in New Mexico. So tomorrow, guys, expect us to do part 2 on this then, along with the other stuff, because it may not take as long, for sure. But these other things are definitely important, and I thank you so much, Annie, for sending them. I didn't even think about it. Oh, Cabo San Lucas. Okay. Close. That's close. Anyway, thank you, mods, for being here. I appreciate you very much. Annie, thank you for what you sent me, Molly. As always, amazing stuff. I appreciate that very much. And everybody, thank you for hanging out. Right. The laws are different for sure. And thank you for being interested in this and wanting to know the truth. And hopefully, maybe we'll see us here soon. I would hope so. Really would. Everybody in here today, have a great rest of your day. If I don't see you tonight, I will see you tomorrow. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. And I'll see you very soon. Bye-bye, everyone.
Life's a journey. Let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round friends, It's time to reflect in this joyful moment. What's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you.